Good evening, folks. Time to do our nightly sound, our weekly. I guess not nightly, weekly sound checks.
Okay?
Oh, hello, Patty. Right up in my grill. Let me know if you guys can hear me, so I can get the mic stuff all worked out.
You know what I call a good day? One that ends without an empty stomach.
Hey there, folks. I always feel like I need to get on early just to like get my bearings again about what I was doing the previous time. Oh, I don't remember building this hospital. I wonder if it built itself or we did do it and I just totally spaced that I did so. It looks like we're about to get a level 3 thing over here. This place is rocking. Sounds good. Fantastic. And I can see subtitles are on, so we're good there. And we determined many weeks ago I no longer am going to record because it just doesn't work. So we're living with the stream video that I download from YouTube. But fortunately now that I figured out, I think a decent middle ground solution is I'm streaming at low latency instead of ultra low latency. And that allows YouTube to convert it to 4K later. So, or at least that's what it says. I don't know how all that stuff works. So hopefully the video from last week and this week will be decent because it's been a mixed bag of quality from everything that I've been uploading on the Monday vids.
I got work to do. Can't talk now.
Man, I gotta get my bearings about what I was doing last year. Let's see. So, okay, so I guess we were working on Nightingales. We're still waiting on journalistic ethics. I've been holding off on hostile takeover, and I still am hoping to hold off on it. I feel like that's gonna be good for next week because some of the like not hostile takeover itself, but there's a quest a couple after that I want to overhaul a little bit. I want to change the way it works, and I might have time to do that this weekend, and then I could have it ready for next Wednesday, and that way I'd basically like demo the changes live in front of you all to see if it's working or not. So, ultimate patch testing. I'll ruin a save with it. Yeah, we're starting to make some progress here. I'm gonna have to do some. I'm gonna do a little work here while we wait for 9 o'clock to get going. We'll start the quest stuff after that. So let's see what we got here. Well, first we're gonna have to. We gotta raise our build limit here. We got up in the high yellow there. Let's go do that. All right, manage. Figure build limits. Yeah, we'll just increase it by 100%. I have pushed the build limit pretty darn high on this computer, and it seems fine. There we go. Now we're at 50%. All right. I guess we can start giving people power. Let's see here. Oh, I haven't unlocked sanitation yet either. So. Let's see. What do I want to work on right now? Did I end up building another power plant? Yes, there's this one right here. I converted that one into power. So what's our power situation? 147. Oh, this icon thing is going to drive me insane every time. All right, we don't need the commercial right now, so I'm okay if that's not powered. We should probably power our hospital. That feels necessary. Although, is it already powered? Oh yeah, I gave it. Wait, I only gave it a 3-power generator and it has enough. Sketchy. I'm sure as soon as it levels up, it's going to lose power. So let's get this thing wired into the grid here. There we go. Might as well wire everything together now. This settlement's late enough in its life where it's probably time to bring it up to modern day with the power. I might have to do some generator spam today because I don't think... Yeah, our workers are all busy. We don't have enough to do all some settlements power yet. We can upgrade that later once I start unlocking the... it would be fun to go back in this settlement after all... Because I know I'm not going to do it in all the settlements. I don't have... It's just going to be another one of those playthroughs where I just overdo it on Sanctuary. But it'll be fun to go balance the thing out and fill it up with all plots doing all the work as I start to get the high-tech available and whatnot. What am I looking for? I'm looking for connectors. Actually, let me go to some settlements too. I think we have power poles in here, didn't we? I put those in, I think. Yes, excellent. Yeah, I'll do another ornate street lamp to go with that one. If you're just tuning in or new to the stream, I'm going to actually get started on gameplay stuff at 9. Right now I am just playing Settlement, just doing a little cleanup. Trying to get Sanctuary all functional, because I've been mostly ignoring it. Other than, well, I guess that's not entirely true, but I have not been putting in nearly the effort that I would in a real playthrough. Where I'm not trying to entertain people while I play. Whoa, that was some... What is that? You guys see that crazy flicker? I think that's base game bug. I don't know what that was. Like my... There it went again. It was like crazy skybox mode. Oh, holy cow. Sorry, I ignored chat. I see all these questions coming up. Oscar Fry, if you could give one suggestion to the mod, it would be that all faction be available from the start of the game, but weak, and you work with them to improve them. I mean, hopefully that we get some more faction stuff going on with Chapter 3, because, yeah, we want you guys to be able to work with factions. But, I mean, like, there's certain story reasons, like, obviously, like, you know, BOS isn't available right away, and, like, you could technically beeline it to the railroad and to the institute if you want them to be available right away. But yeah, none of them are weak, are they? They're all already at their prime when you meet them. I like the idea better of the player building up their own little group and it being weak and slowly building towards strength. That's what I'm hoping to pull off. Let's see here. Where's our connectors? Oop, running out of scrap. I guess I can cheat again. I'm not averse to cheating in materials. Yeah, we'll get another street lamp over here. Why not? It's a little dark over here. Dark and sad. I'm surprised I have this much copper available. I guess for a long time I had a junk gatherer here, so there's probably quite a lot of just random junk laying in my workbench right now. Although one of the things I saw, I don't remember, I think it was who was it? Kotabo's Let's Play, and he was talking about how one of his settlements NPCs were building stuff and the rest they weren't, and I think the reason is if you're in a settlement when an upgrade attempts, it will use the junk in the workshop, and if you're away from it, it will not. Like the thinking in that design pattern was when people are first starting with SS2, like they're going to be very confused if it tells them that they're missing resources while they haven't gotten all the pop-ups. So it was okay. Well, and this ended up working nicely for the testers. Like the complaints from new people we were bringing on to test dropped precipitously when I added that feature in, of when they were trying to understand the resource system of like once it could use junk at the early phases, and then you know, within a couple of hours people have figured out that they need to have building materials plots, and then it kind of sorts itself out. And then from when you're remote, you don't want settlers stealing stuff from your workbench, because then it's very hard for you to plan. I am thinking, I put down a note to myself that I should probably change it so that if is this thing powered? Let's see. Yeah, somehow that's getting powered. I should probably change it so that if a settlement has a city leader, then they do use the junk out of the workbench. Because presumably when you guys are putting leaders in charge, it's because you're like, I don't want to deal with it. I want them to deal with it. In fact, that's one of the things that is changed in my build right now that I'm playing with. So I'm playing with an early build. Well, it's not an early build. It should be the final build, barring any like major catastrophes that get discovered between me tonight or the testers in the next 2 days. This would be the early build of the 2.1.0 patch, which is going to be out this Friday. And one of the nice things about the patch cycle that I've got going on right now is that as soon as Friday morning comes along and I've caught up on my emails and work and everything, I can start uploading right early in the day. So you should expect this patch pretty early Friday. Well, some of you poor Xbox players have to wait forever. What power pole do we want? I like those ornate ones, but I think I'm out of yeah, we could put a flag over here. I'm out of I mean, I could cheat. I already mentioned that, but now I don't feel like typing in TGM. All right, here we go. So does anybody know, did I end up putting in the flag direction control? Because that's something I have, there's code support for, but I don't know if I ever enabled it for you guys to do. Where you can actually change what direction the flags face. Because I know I have that support. And all the flags match orientation in SS2. That was something, because I remember that was one of those immersion things that a lot of people talked about in SS1 a lot, and I was like, oh, we can solve that. We just had to straighten out that pole, and then I made it so they all follow the same angle, and there's a setting in the files to change where it is. And I think in my head I was gonna like make it so that you could like pick up the flag on the desk and turn it to the direction you want all the wind to blow. I thought that would be kind of cool, but I don't know if I don't remember ever implementing that. I think it was just a pipe dream. I think I could do it. It's just low priority because that's pretty small stuff. Z Games, do you have a favorite power armor? I mean, I love like the I can't remember the name. I'm really bad with the numbers of them. I love the classic one. Is it T51? That's like the the one from the. It's not from the. I'm trying to think. Was T51 introduced with Fallout 3, or is that one of the last ones from the older Fallouts? I like though I've got the helmet. I've got like a big old helmet on my shelf on my shrine to Fallout. That's one of my favorites, I think. I actually really like, from the 76, I really like the look of the excavator power armor. I think that looks really awesome. Let's see, Raybo, are you sick again? You sound a little husky. No, I'm not sick at all. I think it's probably just my mic quality. I think I'm going to have to replace a lot of equipment this year. My other computer is sketching out on me that I don't use a ton, but I was really hoping to use it for recording so that I could have high quality video recorded for the Monday night videos. And my mic, a lot of people on the team have been, when we're doing meetings, have complained that I don't sound like I usually do. So I think I have to replace a lot of equipment. And I need to buy a battery backup because I think it all got blasted in a brownout where my power started flickering. And I don't have the funds for that right now. The tax man cometh right now in America, so I got to take care of that first. Let's see here. Let's go. Yeah, we'll just keep doing flags. I like the flags. They're going to be especially fun when we get to Chapter 3 and we start building out our military outposts, and those are going to feel fantastic everywhere. Alright, I think I've got everything wired, but clearly we don't have enough power, because I just powered up pretty much every plot. I think I did anyway. Let's check. Do one more sweep. Are you wired up? Nope. Slacker. Hey everybody coming on. I will just a reminder. I will get started with story stuff at 9 o'clock on the dot, as that's when the stream was advertised to start. So right now, just poking around at my settlement, deciding what I want to do here. I think I've decided I'm going to eventually switch everything over to plots, or most of it. I actually really like the little hokey generators laying around. I think that gives the settlement a lot of character. But they're they're going to be dwarfed they're not going to produce anywhere close to the amount of power that is going to be needed in a settlement if we get it up. If we start getting stuff like the high-tech stuff going on. Yeah, we're just gonna have flags for days because these are nice cheap power poles. Oh, I'm out of steel now. I might be cheating in a moment here, and then all of it will be pointless. But that's okay. All right. Nope, that one didn't work. How about you? Can I get you over here? There we go. Oh, I think that was my last copper too, or maybe one more. Chris Doyle, I'm having trouble discerning the different rooms in HQ. Suggestions? Can you clarify what you mean by that? Because there's a lot of UI elements to help with some of it. If you mean by like what the rooms do, that's one thing. And you mean by finding the rooms, like about what the room types are after you clean them and it asks what you want to use it for, I would need more clarification of what kind of information you're looking for. Humble Lion, hey, just wondering, I haven't seen any of the Chapter 1 sellers from the side quests pop up. No sneak, Archon, or the like. Are you talking about in my game or in yours? Because in mine, I think I have seen some, but maybe I'm wrong. Or if you're talking about your own. So the two triggers to get those NPCs to show up from Chapter 1. Oh yeah, I need to connect this section up here to this section over here. Okay. Yeah, and I am going to just TGM now because I need more resources. So the two available triggers to start those. The first one is to complete the Ron's two side quests that he gives you. He gives you a quest to talk to the Powell family and one to talk to the Anton. And once you finish that, then it unlocks the custom settlers. And the other way you can unlock it is to just naturally trigger the first settler unlock. So all of those settlers that are available from SS2, they all have specific triggers. They're usually things like, have settlements at certain happiness, have a certain number of settlements. Some of them want like certain types of plots, like they're attracted to settlements with a lot of industrial, things like that. So, hey, cool, all the lights went on. Maybe I do have enough power. Cool. So, basically, those are your two, and then to get those, you trigger them naturally, and you have enough visitors in your settlement. And the way to get visitors is to build up your commercial and recreational. A lot of commercial and recreational will trigger visitors to show up, and the visitors have a percent chance to be replaced by these unique settlers. So that's how you get them in your save. Let's see. Not crazy. I know we can do it with shipments, but how hard in depth would it be to create a mod that adds an industrial plot to build a package to take with you to start up a new city plan? So you just, I mean, you're just talking about like, so you're talking about like a box of ASAM sensors, right? Well, you can just go grab, all you need is a box of ASAM sensors and a city planner's desk. So what you would do is, Jake has tons of boxes of ASAM sensors. They're set to respawn. They're in the hardware store. You can go grab one of those. And then you would come here to the crafting source section of the city planner's desk, and you go to tools, and you can do a packed city planner's desk. And you build one of these, and you can just drop it from your inventory. Actually, let me, how much water did I need still? I just need copper. Okay. Well, which I happen to just use. So I'll just add myself some copper. So help copper for misc player dot add item. We'll just give myself a shipment. Why not? So I'll just let's see. All right, probably gotta exit out and come back in. So I'll just build one of these and show you how it works. So these are the solution to that. These are what I assumed most people would do to set up a city plan quickly. These are something that doesn't get introduced through a tutorial. You just got to find it by playing around. What am I missing? Screws and steel. Oh, come on. All right. Help. I wish the God mode would let you build infinitely just to speed up testing. It would be very nice. Misc player dot add item 1EC14F and steel. Help steel for misc player dot add item 1EC31. There we go. All right, let's try that again. So anyway, so you're gonna build one of these things. The other thing you can do, and I'll show you this as well, because this is another way you can do it, because you can steal the one from an existing settlement and use it if you don't have the resources like I'm doing right now. So you can make this. I don't remember what these other general and compact. These are. I'm not gonna build one of these because I don't know. I don't remember what they are. But there's other designs here available. I don't know where those came from. I assume that we included them. They're probably designs that Captain Coots did for the mod, and I probably put them in and I just forgot. So the other thing you can do is you can build one there, or you can go to the terminal here, and I'm pretty sure this is in tools and pack up desk. So you can actually pack up the desk that is already in a city from a city plan and move it to a different settlement. So you actually don't even need any resources. So you have lots of options to do that. So so now I could just take this to a settlement. Let's see here. Let's go miscellaneous, packed city planner's desk. Where are you? Packed city planner's desk. Drop this on the ground. Boom! Instant city plan desk. And I can now use this to start a city plan. And then if I want, I can pick this back up, put it back in my inventory. Backup desk. And as soon as you exit, it'll disappear and go back in your inventory. So that is the equivalent of what you're looking for, I think. And then you need 20 ASAM sensors. And like I said, there are lots of boxes of those at the hardware store. All right, so 2 more minutes and then we'll get started with story stuff. Just scrolling back up to try and catch more of these questions before we get started into that. Let's see. Braytag, hey, King Gath, been playing Sim Settlement since SS1. Absolutely love SS2. Forget how many playthroughs I've done. I think I'm my 4th playthrough SS2. Awesome. Good to hear that. I hope each playthrough it's getting a little better. I know it's one of the there's a meme with programmers where you know, every time we fix a bug we create 2 more. So you know, it could be a mixed bag about whether the playthroughs get better or not. Josh Hoffman, love to see you live again. You're an inspiration to me. Love your dedication, passion for it. Keep up the good work. Thank you. Let's see. Oscar Fry, I know what I mean is like have the CWPD open from the start, bounties and nightingales. Ah, I see what you're saying. So one of the reasons so that is actually what the writers intended originally. But my argument against that is I want SS2 to have a very tiny footprint when you get, when you start your game, because I don't want us transforming the base game. Like, that's not what people sign up for when they grab Sim Settlements. They're hoping to have a mod to help them build settlements, and then we give them a story that shows how they're building settlements influences the world around them and makes that stuff happen. And so to me it almost feels like Sim Settlements, other than the 2 exceptions we have are the Ron's office and the Jake's little modification to the hardware store, and that kind of like the whole mod blossoms from them. So like they teach you how to build ASAMs, then you build the settlements, and then that causes NPCs to show up, or that causes the CPD to show up, and that's like gonna be and we're gonna kind of hold to that indefinitely, because that to me is like thematically important to the mod. And it's it's kind of a keep in our own lane. Like, we can claim that we are, if you don't want to use SS2, or like if you say you don't want to use a lot of our content, you just want maybe just the settlement part, that's what we offer, and like we're not messing with the rest of your world, so that people can continue to use the mod kind of like a framework if they don't want to engage in a ton of quest content. Okay, 9 o'clock. So let's go over the usual spiel here. So first off, if you're new to the stream, welcome. I have a very tough time paying attention to chat while I'm playing. I will get distracted, I will get derailed, and then I'll start talking off on tangents, which I'm going to do, but it gets way worse if I engage with chat. So what we do in these streams is I will play the mod for about an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours, and then we'll switch gears, and then I'll just go all chat engagement. So then I'll just hang out, talk with you guys for a couple hours, and then we will, I can answer your questions, I can show you stuff in the mod, talk about specific things. A lot of nights I have a guest on. Tonight is not one of those nights, tonight's just me. But I am showing you guys the 2.1.0 patch, although I don't know how much of the content I'm going to show you because I'm working on story stuff, but maybe after the... maybe after we're done in story mode, if there's a lull where people aren't asking me questions, maybe I'll just go through and give you guys a peek of what's happening. Ooh, excuse me. So if you want to grab my attention, and I'm gonna what I'm about to say is not me trying to pander for money, but I do answer super chats quickly, and I see I have one waiting there. Just to say thank you, because those help with the development costs. So you guys, all that money I just put in an account, and we use it to pay for the development. So when people need replacement hardware, although ironically I consider myself an exception. You guys have heard me complaining about hardware, and I don't like spending the SimSellDown's money on that, because I feel that's a slippery slope of me just trying to live off of that money, and I don't want that to be the case. I want all the money to feel like it's going into the project. So we use it for server costs, or like if the team needs hardware or software, I tend to get that for them with that. And those super chat, that money goes toward that. So, and it's really big on my corner of my screen, like I'll see it on my peripheral vision, so I will stop and answer those. But otherwise, I'm just gonna play the mod. I will sometimes give you guys little developer stories about stuff that I see in it. And then sometimes I'll just let the NPCs talk, because I think the performances of the voice actors are fantastic, and I want to get them shown off. But really, we're here to show off the content and find bugs, because if I find a bug in a save that I'm playing, I have a series of saves I can roll back to. I'm on a minimal load order, and it's really easy for me to trace through and find them. So we are working on the Nightingales right now, so we're going to head back to Mass Bay and get working on that. And while we're fast traveling, I can get this the super chat there. So Sergio Solis, thank you for the donation. Hopefully you can continue your live streams even beyond SS, maybe like interviews or just talking about mods, Starfield, etc. Well, SS is going to be a while before those are over. I don't know how long I'll keep streaming. Like I said, as long as it's fun for me, I'll keep doing it. So this is like one of my favorite days of the week now. It's really relaxing because this is just all unscripted. I just kind of play. I get a chance to experience some of the content I haven't even played yet, like playing the CPD quest line on this stream was the first time I ever played it. So, oh god, the gunners are respawned. This is hey buddy. Boop. If you ever notice in some of the areas we take over that the NPCs are still there, it's because disabling they're called leveled spawns, the leveled actors, is very difficult to do with scripts. You can do it easily in the CK, but we don't like doing that. Oh, I don't know why this guy was just not interested in fighting me. He's also looking. What the heck? I wonder if he was a Nightingale guard or something, but I can't even interact with him. Oops. Maybe he was a hired guard for the Nightingales and I just popped him. That wouldn't shock me, because Sag, who does the quest implementation, loves to put little touches on like that. Sorry, Sag, I just murdered you, dude. Alright, in we go. What about you? You got some stuff for me? No. But yeah, I intend on keeping the stream going for a while still. I definitely want to play through all the Chapter 2 content. And then, of course, we have like 50 settlers we could recruit after that if we want to keep going. And I would really want to build out a heavy-duty HQ. So I'm hoping what ends up happening is I keep streaming for a while. Through the point where I have released the HQ overhaul patch that adds all the content that we cut for time. Because there's a ton of HQ content that's like half done, waiting to go, and that probably will make HQ Lake a lot more sense. So it would be cool if I'm still streaming when that releases, so then I can show that stuff off, and hopefully then move in toward the big release of the add-on Maker's Toolkit, because I think a lot of folks will be inspired to add to HQ when they see the full I think there's already a lot of people who've been asking me to get the toolkit out so they could make some new rooms, because I know a lot of people are like, oh, I hate that I can only use this space for room X, because, you know, our team only does, for a lot of the rooms we designed a couple of different things, but there's probably like, I don't know, 15 or 20 of the rooms in HQ that there's only one option for, and that's just because we didn't design more than that, just time constraints. So I can't wait to get that stuff out to the add-on community, or just any of you guys. Even anybody can build these. The HQ stuff is probably going to be the easiest sorts of, well, not the absolute easiest. The easiest, I think, are like leader traits and stuff, but some of the easiest content you can create, because it doesn't require a lot of complex steps like stuff like building plans can. All right, let's talk to Fiona.
Oh, hey. I did promise to set aside a reward for you. Here. There's also a locker where we stash what we took off the bodies as well. You're free to it. Oh, and more importantly, here's some schematics for your ASAMs. I composited them from the hospital records.
Ah, here we go. Get sanitation. And we're going to need a lot of sanitation at... I'm waiting for the pop-up to come. I'm going to need a lot of sanitation at Sanctuary. No, not going to do the pop-up? Maybe it comes. There it goes. Oh, why did we get luck training all of a sudden? I think luck training, I believe, triggers when you have a level 1 of each of the other training. So maybe one of my other training plots just finished building, or there's just some lag. That could be it too. There we go, sanitation. So sanitation is how you prevent diseases rather than needing to cure them in the first place. So we'll have to build some of that.
What's so important?
Take what happened here as a good example. The gunners were struck by cholera, and despite their armor and weapons, the raiders almost won. It's harder to treat, especially if antibiotics don't do the trick, but easy to prevent with proper sanitation.
About time.
Well, it's about time.
I know it probably feels like a lot of running around with no returns.
That one was for you, Kobus. Kobus, our voice director, is always sad that almost every player who does the Let's Play does the nice guy options. So he's asked if I do it. He's asked maybe we'll do that one day. Maybe after Chapter 3 is released, and I'll do a new playthrough, and we'll do all the dickhead options through everything, just so we can hear some of the responses from the NPCs.
Come on. If we're going to be working as a team, we should get to know each other better.
You mean me, personally? You know, I can't remember the last time I said anything about myself that didn't relate to the Nightingales. What would you like to know?
So you explore old ruins?
You noticed I like pre-war stuff, huh? It's always been a fascination of mine. The ruins, the tech, the books. When I was a kid, there was this old man living nearby with all sorts of books and gizmos. Never said where he got it, but I saw a Brotherhood stamp on his gun once. He was, well, tight-lipped and kind of an ass, but he let me read things. One day I was...
Oh, Yagi, thank you for the donation. Throwing in some money for the first time and asking my token question for the week. Is it intended that Nuka World Raiders don't get the send to HQ dialogue? Huh. No, I don't have any problem with you guys sending those. I'll have to look into that. I wonder why they wouldn't. What happens when you... Yagi, I'll read your next few messages. What happens when you talk to them? Like, does it not give the wheel at all? Like, does it not give that something else, work at HQ? What is does that not come up? Do you just get, like, generic dialogue from them or something? I have not experimented with Nuka World with this yet. I need to soon, because we're working on the porting the Conqueror mechanics, so that'll definitely be a part of that. Because I love the idea of Nuka World. It's just a bummer that they make you attack your own settlements. That was my biggest complaint about Nuka World. Your character just instantly says, "I'd like to trade some items." Okay, I wonder if, yeah, it has to be something to do with priority. I'll have to look into that. That's very interesting. If you happen to have a minimal load order save with that, I mean, I doubt you do. I'm sure you're playing with a full load order, but if you happen to, where you're sitting in front of a guy and you want to toss it up on the put a link on the Git, I'll take a look at it. You know me, I'm not fast, but I will take a look at it. Because yeah, I think sending Nuka World Raiders to HQ would be hilarious. That would be great. It would be very awkward for poor Jake, but yeah, it's your HQ. You guys do what you want with it.
Take tours to ancient ruins. The more I thought about it, the more unfair it felt that we lost so much. Like this hospital, there's a whole ward for diagnostics. Machines that can map out the human body, synthesizers for...
Ah, it's all good, Yogi. I'll get to it eventually, because I definitely want to test Nuka World when we get the Conqueror mechanics over.
Or worse, buried in rubble and ruins. And instead of tour guides, we need bodyguards to explore them.
Snacky, I happened to read, I was looking for more messages from Yagi. I don't want to miss anything, but Snacky, is Conqueror coming to SS2? Sort of. So Conqueror, the storyline, the Raider storyline, what I've basically said on record saying with it is I'm only bringing that story, porting that forward to SS2 if I can convince the voice actors and voice director and everybody else involved that's needed to get that up again, that we finish that story. I don't want to do an unfinished story attached to SS2, but all the mechanics that were part of Conqueror those are what the Chapter 3 mechanics are going to be effectively. So you're going to see, and if you played through the Chapter 2 story, you'll know that that fits in very nicely with where the story's headed. So those mechanics will be coming back, and they will be integrated in a way that will feel much better from a good guy perspective, because I think everybody who's sided with Jake and doing this quest line to rebuild the Commonwealth, you're playing a good guy. That's just the way it is. Now we are gonna try and have some options to, let people do the mental gymnastics to play a bad guy, but there's always a certain limitation to that, just because we've established the characters, like Lupe and Teresa and Jake are like all very good people. They don't really have much of a dark side that they're showing, so it'd be awkward to give you a full dark side playthrough, but we'll see what we can do, because we want, just like with Conqueror, when we get into any of the war type stuff, we want players to be able to express themselves faction wise and play the way, play out the RP in their head the way they want.
Who were you before all this?
I did a bit of everything, so I don't really have a word for what I was. I sort of traveled and made myself useful where I could. Sometimes doctoring, sometimes I traded or helped with farm work, built water purifiers, taught kids. Sometimes all I did was listen to people.
So you're a doctor?
Seemed like the most direct way of helping people, and there isn't a town out here that doesn't welcome a doctor, so it's an easy way to travel. I'm not exactly a prodigy with it, but I had more wanderlust back then, so I gave it my best shot. It's how I ended up bumping into the Nightingales.
That's all for now.
Of course. Was there anything else?
Anything else need doing?
Work is never done. I'm a bit busy with some of the pre-war diagnostic machines, seeing if I can get them up and running. Everyone else has been really busy getting this place set up and secure. Maybe you can check in with them, see if they need anything.
I should get going.
Oh yeah, I think this is the one where Raph has you do something. Oh, I also get to find out if, I started tinkering with one of the NPCs in the mod in preparation for their return in Chapter 3. I'm not going to say who it is. And I hope I didn't break a quest. So I actually asked some of the beta testers today to go double check that. But I'm double checking it too right now, so because I am playing with a beta version of the mod right now. Carbach, thank you for the donation. You've become like it's like your weekly tribute now. Thank you so much for that. Military camps for Chapter 3. I want to know more. That's just what I call outposts. So like the outposts in the game, the way we think about them from a design perspective is you're turning your settlements into military camps effectively. That's where all the different plots come about. So you're very familiar with all that. Like we're bringing back all of the classes from Conqueror. So that you can really make your settlement feel like a war camp. And we have some rule changes we're doing too to the way Conqueror used to work to make it even easier to do that. Hey, a combat shotgun! That's probably the one that I missed. I don't remember who it was. There's somebody in chat every time I miss a combat shotgun that reminds me of what a dope I am for not having grabbed it, because I needed a combat shotgun. I'll change. I don't like the auto, but I can change that later. For now, we are finally getting rid of our double barrel garbage. Fantastic. All right, there we go. It was a 2-shot, so it was pretty powerful, but I wanted a combat shotgun. Fantastic. Way to go, Nightingales. Where is that coming from? Get that out of here. Wait, why? What? It was flagged as aggroing somebody for me to hit that. I've never seen that with the radio. What else can I steal while I'm in here? Nothing worth it. I don't need a rib cage that bad. All right, who's down here? Whoa. Hey, here we go.
Oh, hey. Was wondering if you'd be stopping by. Listen, I got an escort errand to run. If you're interested in coming with, won't take long.
What kind of help do you need?
Fiona pulled some strings with Bunker Hill for supplies. Water, parts, tools, whatever. Due about now, didn't show. I'm not one to get all teary over a delay, but I'm itching for something to do. Might as well go meet them. So, you in?
Sure thing.
Yeah.
Caravan was coming by way of Diamond City. Safer route through there. If we check the street west, we'll probably run into them. And if we're lucky, There's something to shoot on the way. You take point. I'll watch your back.
Okay. Okay, cool. So he must be just like temporary companion. Let's see here. You pull your gun? No, he's not set up like that kind of companion. Alright, let's go talk to Cassandra first. I don't want to miss out on dialogue. Oh, she must have been on that floor. I don't have the up arrow. Or did I? Where is Cassandra heading? Yeah, she was upstairs. Okay.
Cersei's gotta lighten up. Omen of death, my ass.
Oh, I thought this was a door to outside. Apparently not.
I don't know if those straps will hold him.
Then go fetch Raphael to pin the patient down.
I got him with me.
Already another
You're
dose of
in luck.
sedative.
No. We can't keep sedating him. It can't be good for the patient. And we should give Raphael a break. He's already done a lot.
Oh, you think yourself more capable of wrestling with an unruly patient. I can't tell if that's arrogance or misplaced compassion.
Misplaced? After everything he's done for us? Just because he could have been hurt. All just to keep the rest of us safe.
Ellis, enough. Sulking has its place, but that place is not during a biopsy.
Oh, hello. You know, I always thought being a doctor would be the easiest thing in the world. Someone is sick, you cure them. If they're hurting, you treat it. Maybe Raphael is right, you know? Maybe Cassandra is right. Maybe even when you're trying to do the good thing, it's still... Oh, sorry. You probably didn't walk up to me just to hear me ramble. Is there something I can do for you?
What's his story?
We picked him up nearby, I think. Definitely a raider. Raphael said something about Bosco's guy, but I don't really know what or who that
Oh,
is.
I just missed the super chat.
been a bit.
V, thank you.
Well,
Excuse me. Thank you for the
to see
donation.
it.
Nothing to say, just take my monies. Also, hi, lol.
Mumbling nonsense.
I hope things are going well for you. And it seems you've been through ups and downs with a busy life lately. Hope everything's
I
going
don't even
good.
know if he wants our help with how hard he was fighting back. Raphael was stronger, but
Chris Doy, this meshes well with Depravity mod. Was that intentional? No, actually, So funny thing about Depravity, we in the mod news video I just posted that thankfully somebody did a patch for that. But when Depravity came out, so little dev story. So when we put out Conqueror, SS2 had already been in development for about a year behind the scenes, and when Conqueror came out. The Depravity team changed the mod because we ended up beating them to release. So they changed their mod because we had Jammer set up in Conquer to start. So they changed something about their mod. I don't know what it was, but Thuggy Smurf let me know that they changed the mod to not conflict with what we did. And then we found out afterward, like watching Let's Plays and stuff, that in Depravity, spoiler alert for those of you who are playing through Depravity who haven't made it to the end, they blow up GNN, which was like key to our SS2 story. We're like, oh, well, we're not compatible with that mod. So we knew like years ago that we weren't going to be compatible with Depravity because of that. But somebody just patched that. Martend, I think is his username, put out a patch that basically it's still, you can still finish Depravity and do that, but now it gets rid of the irradiated zone so that you can also still do the SS2 questline.
You did your best.
I'm starting to wonder. What if he'd really hurt Raphael? Or killed someone? Or he's in a lot of pain and we can't help him anyway? Well, no one got hurt this time. Fiona thinks she can get one of the diagnostic machines running, but Cassandra's probably already figured it out. She's been poring over those
Whoa,
books you and
what are
Raphael
you doing,
got
Raph?
from that ship. Never seen her this intent on anything pre-war. Maybe there's a cure. It's just a lot to take in. Sorry, I didn't mean to ramble more at you.
Oh, yes. Seems poor Ellis is at war with himself. He so desperately wants to do the right thing. But the right thing is so often elusive. You make decisions as to what's right and wrong.
I love this quest. I love the dialogue in this quest line so much. I'm very, very excited for Chapter 3 because the Cynical Bounce who wrote this quest line is writing another quest line for another faction in Chapter 3. I know almost nothing about it, so there's nothing I can spoil about it. But just excited. I like the stuff she does, so I'm excited to see it. Let's see. Let's go with some dickhead options here. He's a
The
lost
guy is
cause.
probably a lost cause.
If we allowed him to die, it would free up resources to spend on other patients. Not to mention he's a danger, and we don't even know what's wrong with him. Even with treatment, he may die anyway. Well, fortunately for him, the Nightingale's first and foremost rule means we provide treatment to everyone. And to the best of our abilities. Let's just hope he doesn't break free of his restraints in the meantime. Ellis is struggling because he's confronted by too many options, but he's unable to embrace any of them.
What do you think?
I think Ellis is young and has a lot to learn. Violence especially seems to unnerve him. He tries to hide behind Nightingale teachings to protect himself. But despite appearances, the Nightingales are not pacifists.
The kid's smart. Smarter than you realize.
Oh, I know. He's also more headstrong than he first appears. Given enough time, I believe he'll find what's right for him. But enough about that. I'm glad you stopped by. I've heard you have a curious...
Oh, yeah, that's right. We get the Vitamatic Upgrade.
Let me see it, please.
Of course. Here you go.
Thank you. Oh, and don't worry. I would never scan you without your consent. Now, let's see. As I thought. This little device is confused by post-war mutations. I've reset its scanning parameters. That should allow it to diagnose common diseases.
Alright, let's see if we get our pop-up. We'll give it a second. Sometimes I can get these pop-ups to go instantly when the dialogue is said, and then other times it gets delayed. And I think I know how, but there it goes. But I haven't had a chance to go back and like fix it on all of them, because I would like it to happen immediately as they finish their line whenever it happens, so that otherwise you start talking thinking like, oh, that's cool, something will happen, and then mid speech one of these pops up and blows your ears out. All right, so now we can see which diseases the NPCs have, and it tells you their effects. I'll show it to you guys in when we find a next 6 settler.
How did you know that?
Fiona would have you believe I'm technophobic. And while I do little to dissuade that notion, I don't deny the usefulness of pre-war machinery. In fact, I spent much of my youth hunting for such things. I'm actually quite familiar with a number of pre-war technologies. Your little scanner, for example, was made over 200 years ago by Robco. With so much time having passed since its creation, it was certain that a few of its coding variables basically needed a nudge in order to compensate.
Thank you. I'm sure that'll come in handy.
You're welcome.
Oh, that was it. I thought she had more to say. All right, let's go off and help Raph. Ow. Sorry, I'm getting cables stuck in my feet here. All right, let's go, Raph. Wait, who was that? Oh, that was just Cassandra. I could have sworn I saw like another face that I'd never seen before. There's Ellis. Where's Cersei at? I haven't seen her in here. I wonder if she's already off doing something else.
Probably cry if you die.
How do we get out of here? There it is. Oh yeah, the Vitamatic and the camera can kill people. They each do 1 damage because I couldn't figure out how else to... I'm sure there's a way to do this. I just couldn't figure it out, and it was one of those things where I'd sunk enough hours in that I gave up, and I'm like, 1 damage is not the end of the world. But that's why I added the scan option for that. For the camera, there is no scan option, so you can absolutely accidentally kill somebody with the camera. But the way that those systems work is there's a magic effect that gets applied when the bullet hits, and if I put the damage to 0, the magic effect would never trigger, because the magic effect is what allows the script to run on those NPCs and do the thing. Yeah, I should probably look into like Skyrim forums and stuff. Somebody probably has solved this for Skyrim. I'm sure they've needed to create like weapons that do non-damage things. So I just need to go dig into that. I'm sure we can figure it out. But anyway, what I was saying is if I turn the damage to... Oh yeah, you're just a friendly gunner. What's going on here? Well, it doesn't say Nightingale Guard, so yeah, that's weird that 2 of them now. I think somebody said if I reload the game, it'll fix the looting, but not gonna do that. Anyway, got sidetracked there. Just lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, it does. If I do even like try and put it to like 0.01 damage, it doesn't work. It has to be exact. It has to be 1 damage or more, or it doesn't trigger. All right, where are we going here? Oh, okay, we can fast travel over there. No, illusion, no, the upgrade doesn't visually change the Vitamatic. It's just a technical change. She, and her dialogue just talks about how she just like modified some programming settings. All right, where is it? Oh, I'm sure I'm gonna get attacked by super mutants here. Let's see. Oh, you know what? I'm probably still in God mode. I just realized because I don't think I spent a bullet. Let's see. Yep. All right, let's check for super mutants. Nobody. They must appear midway through here.
Excuse me.
Well, shit. Super mutants. And here I thought I'd be setting up shop next to the combat zone that would cause problems. Funny. Nightingales found me in a wrecked caravan just like this one. I have to ask the kid if there's some fancy word for it.
Tangle with super mutants?
Nope. Not super mutants. Raiders. My gang, actually. I was one of the attackers.
What do you mean? What happened?
We got stupid. We're desperate. Can't remember anymore. Caravan had too many guns to be a safe bet. But it was the first we'd seen in weeks. Funny thing. Wouldn't have shot anyone if they'd just let us. But they fought back. Ended up a bloodbath. All of them. Half of us. And me. Afterwards, my friends took the loot and left me bleeding out in the dirt. Being honest, I wasn't expecting any different.
What happened after that?
Don't really remember. Alice says I fought back when they found me. But I can't remember anything until I woke up a couple of days later. Figure they confused me for a caravan hand or something. Then I got bored of just lying around, so I stopped ignoring the kids' chatter. Turns out, they knew who I was. Fiona gave me her usual bull about second chances. Dumbest shit I ever heard, at the time. Probably still is. Was planning to walk off as soon as my legs healed. And I guess I just never got around to it. Never was one for plans, anyway. Anyway, now's probably... Oh, shit. You hear that?
Oh, there they are. Oh, come on. That's a perfectly good headshot. Who did I just shoot? I thought I could just shot. Oh, God. I guess time to play with this thing. Here, buddy. Not great damage yet, but can't expect much from an automatic. Where's my stim pack? Oh man, I got a lot of stim packs. That is straight garbage.
Brought other idiots in. It's a classic. I'll see what I can.
Oh, there's CPD over here. Ha, that's great. They were coming in to help. That's fantastic. Oh man, that's great. A little bit of collision of systems by accident. I love when that happens.
Hey there.
What's up?
Oh, he already said his thing. Okay, I just wasn't paying attention because I was so excited to see one of the CPD canines. That's great. Velen Love obligatory hot boy comment on Raph. Let's see. Oop, that's not what I wanted. I wanted this menu. Thank you for the donation. Speaking of thirsting for SS2 characters, how many of you all would like me to poke River and see if River is the voice actor of Aiden, if I should get him to come on and hang out for one of our chats? I can ask him if he'd be up for it. All right, in we go. River would probably have a lot to say because he's been around for a while. Because he voiced Aiden way back at Conqueror, so he's been on the SS2 project longer than anybody for voice actors.
There you are.
How did this? I think I don't know if this was like a design choice in the story, or if this was like a we just didn't have a better way to do it situation of him beating you after saying he's going to stick around for a while.
About the shit I said. You know, about how I hooked up with the Nightingales. You're a lot like them. Rescuing old ladies from trees and helping cats across the road. Whatever you pre-war dandies thought was a good deed. No offense. I just wanted to say thanks for, doesn't matter what for. Anyway, I'm off to tell Fee what went down. See you around.
I'm just going to follow you. Wait, did he have the... Yeah, he's got the face bug. All right, hold on. Let me fix this. Save LP. What day are we on? Let's see here. What did I put for my title? Edit. Day 14. All right. LP. Day 14. RAF face. All right. Let's. Does anybody, do I have to crash out to the desktop to fix that bug, or do I got? Because I can't handle staring at people when they've got that stupid face bug. Or can I just reload the saves? Anybody remember? Chuck Boris, there are no accidents, Master Uguay. I've been recently showing my 4-year-old Kung Fu Panda. We've watched the first two, and some of the Netflix cartoon series, and he is all about Kung Fu Panda. I still haven't seen 3. Those movies came out after I had been beyond watching a lot of cartoon movies, and so it's fun to watch them again now. Not that I have any objection to adults watching cartoon movies. I always watch all the Pixar movies and stuff, but a lot of the DreamWorks I missed, so it's fun watching those. Usually fixes it. Okay, I guess during all that time while waiting for you guys to answer, I could have crashed out the game and just did it that way. Oh well. So desk, I think. So some people are saying reloading it does. Sometimes the desk. All right, we'll find out in a second. Where'd you go, Raph? Come here. Come here. Stop running for a second. Oh yeah, still got it. Okay, let's crash out. All right. Whoa, wow, look at all this junk on my desktop. I'm sure that's no surprise to any of you. Yeah, we talked about, I see you guys mentioning Teresa too. We talked about briefly with, I talked about with Kobus, our voice director, about the idea of one day we should do we could do like a bigger charity stream, like make a bigger deal out of it and try and market it some more. And get a bunch of the main cast, like maybe all of them, like get all the core, the 6 guys from HQ, or 6 guys and gals from HQ all together on a stream at once. That could be kind of fun. I think if we did that, because how awkward it is with a bunch of people, we would probably have to do a Zoom, but I don't think, like, so we have face, but that's not really fair of me to ask them to do that and me not have cam, so we'll see. Maybe post chapter 3 we're gonna have to do a KG face reveal so that we can do stuff like that, because that would be a lot of fun. It would be really fun to talk to all those guys and see how they enjoyed the project, and I'm sure for them it's interesting because none of them are actually acting together. Generally in a situation like that where you've got characters talking to each other, you'd have them in the same room, but we fake all that. Well, Kobus fakes all that in editing to make it sound like they're talking to each other directly. Otherwise, they all independently voice their lines, and we try and give them as much direction as possible so it sounds natural. The kitten face zoom. Oh, yeah. Oh. I always joke whenever I finally like publicly out my RL self, I'm gonna have to show up in full Sturgis cosplay to avoid disappointing everyone. Slowly ease folks into the fact that I don't look like Sturgis, and I'll just like take off a costume piece each second of each new appearance, and then eventually reveal the real KG.
About that, you all right?
What? Oh, yes, lots to do, that's all. Did you end up going out there to meet the late caravan, or do I even need to ask?
Super mutant ambush. I brought back what I could carry, but...
I'm sure you did what you could. I'll let Bunker Hill know. Let's hope Cersei comes through on this opportunity of hers. What?
You planning to sleep sometime this month? No offense, but by the way you're swaying, I wouldn't let you so much as take my temperature right now.
I'll make you a deal. I'll sleep when you put your gun down for 2 minutes.
Your funeral.
Don't mind the guards. They can get a bit protective, but they won't start trouble. Glad to see you're back safe. And
This game
I'm sorry to
engine,
hear
I've
about
watched
the
some people
caravan.
streaming where
Besides the loss
we've
of
got two
lives,
characters
there's still
talking to
making
each other, and then the
sure that
NPCs will just
we're
randomly
working
spout off idles. Like, why
Very
isn't
curious.
that disabled by
Is there
default in the
something I
game
can help
engine?
you
I think
with?
like we can add some extra conditions to prevent it to each of our lines, but what a pain! Like that should just come on, Bethesda. That should just be disabled by default. Anyway, what's next?
Next for you.
There's something else that needs doing, but it requires traveling. Cersei is out on an interview, and I'd like you to back her up.
What kind of interview is this going to be?
Someone got in touch with us about donating some funds and supplies. They were pretty vague on details, but Cersei seemed to think it was a good idea. At least, she thought it was a good idea to see what the offer is, how many strings are attached, that kind of thing. I trust her to handle that part. That said, I'm usually the one negotiating, and those things can go wrong very quickly. I'd feel better if you were there to keep her safe.
No problem. I'd be glad to help.
I'll mark the meeting spot on your map. Cersei will be waiting for you just outside. Stay safe out there.
Awesome. Here we go. Chuck Boris, is there an easier way to get the laser revolver than stealing it from Jake? No, in fact, stealing it from Jake is a bad idea because it's like part of a story moment in chapter 2. I could see that would really be a cool HQ project to unlock, like after the story is done or something. So that because like it's one of my like little pet peeves that some mods do, and we even do it a little bit with our mashups, is like taking away the uniqueness of certain NPCs. Like I think that's one of the smarter things Bethesda does with their designs is they try to give all their background characters like kind of real muted colors and nothing like extravagant in their clothing or their equipment, and then they try and make the companions and major characters stand out with unique equipment and stuff. And I kind of like that, and I would like to, but I can see after you're done with the quest line, then I feel like that, that kind of goes out the window. Then giving you those outfits to play around with is cool. That's actually one of my favorite things about Elden Ring is that you can, after you defeat a boss, you can buy all their gear. I think that's a really cool little bit, and I'm sure that's something that's been in all the Souls games or whatever, but I never got into those because I was not into the punishing part, but Elden Ring captured my imagination because of the open world factor. Anyway, I do like the idea of eventually letting you get Jake's revolver. That would be pretty cool. And we have the weapons lab and the science department, so that would make a lot of sense for HQ to have a way for you to research that. That'd be pretty cool. All right, where are we headed now? Where are you, Cersei? Oh, I guess we gotta walk. Worked out nicely. We got that. I think that's one of the police stations that we liberated for the CPD, so we should get another chance to see them. Haha! You guys did a real rough job out here with this police station, but we accept it. This is one of those things where God bless Nof and Sag on the team and Indy Cowdy for dealing with the limitations of the engine to set this up. Like, if any of you saw this and were like, why did they do this? This is such garbage. It's because of engine limitations. So when it comes to exterior locations, it's the same reason for like all the Conquered houses. Like there's a lot of weird furniture placements and stuff. Is if we edit the outside world, we introduce previs breaks, and then to fix those would cause all sorts of compatibility issues and would jack up the size of the mod so big Xbox couldn't have it. So our solution is we only add, we never replace. So that ends up with like, we got to do janky stuff like this. But I think Nof did a pretty good job of building out a reasonable wasteland structure here. Let's see. Where are we going? I think it's along the river. Because I think I named the cell. I had to come up with a name for this cell. I think I named it River Warehouse, for lack of a better name. Where are you hiding, Cersei? Oh, yeah, we'll do a little jump in here. Here we go. Yeah, see, I think those two that were out there that were friendly were probably labeled like this, and it just wasn't configured correctly or something. I don't know. I can't figure out why else there would be those exterior gunners that weren't flagged.
Hey. I'm glad to see you. I'm a bit out of my element here.
Are you okay?
Yeah, just a bit jittery. Fiona's the talker usually. She has a way of phrasing even go to hell a way that makes people ask for directions. But it's my contact, and the whole logistics thing is also kind of my problem. I'll be happy if we just avoid bloodshed.
That's why I'm here.
I appreciate it, really. These guys are a bit... Well, they're not local, and they do things their own way. Unpredictable.
Okay, I'm gonna make a save here because we're at the point now where something I may have broken with the patch, so I might need to roll back to this after I get a chance to bug fix. And then if that happens, uncertain what we'll do next. Let's see, day 14 pre-warehouse.
It's a bit odd seeing the new Liberty Trading Company in the Commonwealth. Guess something caught their attention.
Who are these people?
Some kind of merchant coalition, I think? From south along the coast. Or was it north? The important part is they're offering to fund us. But I've been around long enough to know if something feels too good to be true, it probably is. And their pitch? Too good to ignore.
Not crazy. I see your thing about the robot stuff, Fisto. We already have our take on Fisto in the mod. It was in part of SS2. So if you ever see the character Ventilator walking around your settlements, go do his quest line. You're in for a treat. His quest line ends with a very awesome character coming on. One of my favorites. It's one of the few where we just like went pretty goofy with it, but I the way the writer did it, I think was very tasteful and turns it into something very funny as opposed to like just crude for the sake of crude. But yeah, highly recommend doing the Ventilator's quest line. If you haven't found the Ventilator, start asking the Ron about Perception Settlers. I think that's the Ventilator is Perception because he brings you. I think if you finish his quest, you can pre-unlock advanced water plants. So that would be Perception. So yeah, go do the Ventilator's quest line.
All right, let's get started.
Yeah. If they're for real, we could start dreaming bigger with this whole hospital idea. Train new doctors, keep all the caches stocked properly. I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's just get through this meeting and hope my bad luck's on break for today, yeah? I sure do feel better with a couple of ex-gunners for backup, though. Shows we're not pushovers. One more thing. If at any point you think it's a bad deal, just say so and we'll walk away. Fiona will understand.
Okay, off we go. Oh, good. You guys know about Marv. Fantastic. I'm always curious if any of the unique settlers
got a meeting.
That was weird that she looked at me when she said that. If any of the unique settlers are like locked too hard to where nobody can find them. I do enjoy that we have some content that's buried pretty deep, so that there's just surprises to find throughout the time. But there's also that was really up close. There's also a desire to just want everyone to see all the content. Oh, and there's the bug I expected. Yep. So there's a character supposed to be here, and she is gone because I set something up. Okay. So what we're gonna do here, I'm gonna have to. This is something that I changed in the past. I'm glad we're seeing this so I can fix it later. So we're going to go LP day 14. Oops, Lydia. I'll have to fix that. All right, so we're going to have to roll back and we'll do something else because I thought that might happen. I was hoping it wouldn't, but I got some ideas how I can fix it, but it's going to take me a bit. Not something I can bug fix right now. So let's go work on something else.
It's a bit odd seeing the new Liberty Trading Company in the...
All right, we're gonna walk away and see. Hopefully that doesn't break Cersei. Let's see. Does she just... Let's see what happens if I run away and then reapproach and make sure that this is gonna work. Because I doubt this was tested. Like, this is not something that we anticipate players ever doing. Let's try talking to her again.
Hey there.
Oh, hey. Oh, hey. Fashionably late is a good thing.
Okay, cool. So she's got a reapproach line, so we can do that. So we can go do something else now. All right, let's see what's in our quest log. I guess I may be advancing the main quest here. I was hoping to avoid it mostly because, like I said, there's some stuff I want to change in one of the upcoming quests, and I also don't want the constant barrage of settlement attacks happening while we're waiting. So let's see. What do we want to do here? This will pop up automatically. I don't need to. I don't remember how long. Well, we'll try passing some time and see if, let's see. Actually, I also need to check my time scale because I feel like it's been dark the whole time I've been playing. Help time scale 3. Oh, it's still set to 20. Okay, so let's do pass time. We'll do 12. See if her quest pops up. Cersei's just going to stay there for like 60 hours while we pass time. Okay, we'll do another 24. And maybe we've got a broken Alyssa quest too. Yeah, I think maybe her quest is stuck too, so I'll have to look at that. Okay then, I guess we are doing some, we're going back to the main quest. I'm not going to sit here and do nothing. Let's get on to it. So, strange radio signal.
Hey, this is a message for the, Vault Dweller guy. I'm the gunner, from Vault 75, the one you met by the entrance. I got a warning for you. Algernon's plan has failed. Captain West got a hold of your computer thing, and he's figured out how to use it. I've been hearing radio chatter coming in from all over. I've never seen our comms this active. There's even clear signals from squads outside the Commonwealth. We've never been this well connected. But that's not the only reason I'm contacting you. West is finally making his move. He plans to bring the entire Commonwealth under gunner control. One of your settlements is about to be attacked. A squadron of gunners is on its way right now. I'm sending you the coordinates. If you're fast, you should make it there before them.
Even though we ignored this symbol or this signal for like 3 weeks. Immersion broken. Head to oh, of course it's Sanctuary. Oh, this will be interesting. I feel like I need to save before this just because big combat and big settlements can be a bad combo. Save LP day 14 pre gunner attack. Okay, so we get a little advantage here because we saved wise. We get to get there before the gunners attack, and they'll attack from the bridge, like one of the bridges, as opposed to already being there. So if you didn't save wise, you don't get the advance notice, and instead the settlement just gets attacked automatically. So if you didn't get wise and you haven't seen this before, the real difference is basically I'm gonna get to, if I want to, plop down a few turrets as soon as I get here. I'm not gonna do that. I'm happy to kill some gunners myself, but yeah, that's the little advantage. Oh, hopefully this works.
This is Captain West.
Yes.
This settlement is now under our jurisdiction. You are warned to not resist. Aggression towards gunner forces will not be tolerated. Submit to our authority, and no harm will come to you. A new beginning for the Commonwealth is near.
Oh, I love that. I love the sound of that. We had so we arranged so to play like a animation on all the ASAM sensors, so it's like they hijacked it using the comm array to announce his signal. Oh, I love that so much.
This is Captain West of the gun.
And the sound, Dell crushed it with the sound of it echoing throughout the settlement. It sounds really good.
You are warned to not resist. Aggression towards gunner forces will not.
Where are you guys?
Submit to our authority, and no harm will come to you.
Where are they coming
A new
from?
beginning for the Commonwealth is near.
Come on, guys, where are you at? Oh, I wonder if it bugged out and they all spawned inside of here. That would not shock me. The code I used for this basically looks to try and find one of the. No, Preston, we're under attack.
Is now
Let's
under
see.
our
No,
jurisdiction.
they're not in there. So the code uses something I did in Conquer where the game or Sim Settlements tries to find the attack points for Nuka World where your raiders meet at, and then uses those as the spawn points. Oh, oh, there they are. Oh! Oh god. Uh-oh, uh-oh. I want to go in the house. In the house. Need some cover. Oh good, some people are actually fighting back. Usually, I've watched other people play this, and then, oh god. And none of the NPCs are helping, but it looks like Codsworth is in there doing some fighting. Alright, let's try this again. I gotta take advantage of that, because I think I got Gun Nut rank 2 last stream. Oh! That's our grenade situation. Have that. That's for you guys. Alright. Oh, and I just wasted a stim. That's alright. Dog meat! I guess not the time for stim packing. No, 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 no. Oh, that's Patty. Patty, you gotta change your gear. Who else is in here? Oh, oh, oh! Get him, Codsworth. I'm coming, dog meat. There we go. God, I miss Conqueror. I love the fights in settlements. It's so chaotic. All right. Well, now let's clean up on some gear here. The old cake pan. Very important you bring your cake pan. And I've gotten just straight garbage for legendaries.
Hey.
Nope. Nope. Didn't want to talk to you. Sorry, buddy. Oh, I'm finally over encumbered. I had a lot of carry weight. Let's see. What are we going to drop here? Oh, I have that desk. That's a huge weight, I think. I think that weighs like 10 pounds or something. Where are you? City Planner's desk. Yep, 10 pounds. Drop. And now there's just an extra desk in there. That's fine. What do we got? What do we got? Anything else? Oop, yep. Some more ammo. Or alternate money, as I like to think of it. Is everybody else cool? There we go. All right, let's see what is our next objective. Probably go talk to Jake. Yep, check in with Jake. Okay, cool. We survived. Gavin, will these gunner attacks use the settlement attack markers from WRK? No, they use the Nuka World attack markers, which are actually built into the base game for it. But a lot of the attacks, they actually will happen before you get there, and then the gunners tend to, just like the settlers, clump around the workbench because the AI in this game can be pretty bad. And that's something, the gunner attack. So now what happens after you finish that quest is the gunners end up on like a looping. They'll keep attacking your settlements. I'm sure many of you have experienced this already. But I will, little secret that I haven't made a secret. I've told many people, and I think there's tribal knowledge of it now, is you can ignore those attacks if you want. There's no problem from doing it. So if you get irritated with how often they happen, you can just ignore them. The point of those is to kind of make the gunners feel like an existential threat, so that you're somewhat so that there feels like there's a fire under your butt to go finish the main quest line. Like that was the purpose of it. But oh god. But all those looping attack quests and that one we just did, once we get the Conqueror code ported over, we'll switch those over to use that. So the attacks will be a little more interesting. A little. Oh, I almost shot Harriet. Oops. Wait, was his pastor just giving his sermon the whole time? It broke his AI package, but he's still doing the scene. That's hilarious.
Inability to forgive. All are examples of wrath. It is easy to shut behind ignorance.
I just got a radio message from some gunner. What's all this about a settlement being attacked? What did you hear?
Guy I spoke to said the gunners had started using the comm hub, tied it to their radios somehow. He said a squad was on its way to one of our settlements, said you were off to stop it. So what happened?
You've got nothing to worry about.
What do you mean? Don't tell me you've already dealt with it.
Everything's taken care of.
Oh, good. But I get the feeling this ain't the last we're gonna hear from them. We can't keep letting the gunners use the comm hub like this. But we got no idea where they've stashed it. I suppose for now we'll just have to stay on high alert. Oh, and good work at that settlement. And I hope you realize just how much I appreciate everything you do.
All right. Okay, so I think we can level up here, and then we'll go... maybe we will go mod my shotgun. I want something a little better, and we're not in a hurry to rush through the content. Actually, in fact, I think there's a gap here. I think this is one of the spots where you get like a little breathing room to work on other stuff, but I could be wrong. We'll find out in a second. Let's see. Wait, what was I just totally spaced on what I was about to do. I said it, and then, oh, level up. I just, like, for some reason I instinctively went to the MCM menu, because that is where I spend a lot of time when I'm testing. Oh, I didn't get Gun Nut Rank 2. That's right, I got Bloody Mess last time. Because it's a funny perk to me. Alright, let's see here. So, I guess we can grab Gun Nut Rank 2 if we're about to do some upgrades, but I do enjoy my sneak, but I haven't been using it lately. I've been just kind of just shooting people. Yeah, we'll grab Gun Nut Rank 2 if we're about to go upgrade our shotgun. Let's do it right. No idea if I got enough stuff in my inventory to make this worthwhile. Let's see. Do we have some more boxes of ASAMs we can rob while we're here? Yes, we do. They respawn. Oh, yeah. Every time the raiders respawn, they'll respawn. So, don't mind me, Jake. Just going to take your little collection. Oh, that's right. He left his, the Gatling laser from, we should make that lootable. So if players want to take it, they can. That would be fun. Not that it's hard to get a Gatling laser or anything. What do we got here? Yeah, I'll take some pre-war money. Any more? I feel like there were more boxes than that. Also, this feels buggy. That sound effect should not be playing there. Ah, well, small potatoes. There's many other things I could work on. Hey, Lupe. All right, let's go up here. Should be a weapons workbench. All right, let's make this thing reasonable. I'm gonna get this auto. Oh, I don't have any resources. Of course I don't. Okay, time for another. We'll do that later. I do not want to spend the forever doing all the... I don't have a bat file for resources, so I would have to do each of them manually. Not interested in that. All right, let's see what our quest situation's like. So yeah, this is where there's a gap right now. So I guess this is a great time, rather than just force past time, is for me to show you guys. I'll give you a little sneak peek at some of the stuff coming with Friday's patch. So let's grab a settlement we haven't built yet. Because it's the patch is actually going to be the 2.1.0 patch, so this is our first like major patch content-wise. It's not really major content, but it edits a system in a significant enough way that, you know, I wanted the version number to flag that. But we did the city plan overhaul, so there's a lot of changes with the city plan stuff. I added the new HUD piece. City plans should be much more automatic now with this patch, so I guess I can redo my patch video for you guys. Let's see. Let's do workshop framework. Yagi, yeah, that's one of the things I'm gonna try and get finished this weekend. We discussed on the team a way to redesign the way that quest plays out. The intent of that was to make it feel like kind of the yes man moment in New Vegas, where you're kind of given your objective, and then you know that, okay, now's the time to go gather all my allies or do whatever I need to do. And it doesn't quite play out that way. And like, if you know that that's what's supposed to happen, then you would realize that, oh, I'm not supposed to take Lupe to the Ron until I'm done. But I think that to me, it was very unclear. So we're going to basically add a few more objectives after you take Lupe to the Ron to make sure that it's like 100% clear. Like there's almost a confirmation moment on screen. It's not going to be like a pop-up like, are you ready to continue? But it's going to be like an immersive equivalent of that, where you'll understand fully that once you do a specific thing that it is about to commence the quest line. So yeah, that's what I'm hoping to finish before I actually get to it. All right, so of course I didn't bring my packed city planner's desk. So and now I need it. Oh wait, that's what I was going to do. I was going to go up to here and use the workshop framework to cheat this in. Just force control of the settlement. Tools, claim the settlement. Because I don't remember what my task is for them, but I'm not interested in doing it right now. I guess I can we'll just cheat mode here. TGM. And to build our city planner's desk. Okay, so you guys can see on the left there, the new HUD piece. This is something that used to be below the workshop meters in SS1, and it's coming back in the next patch, but it's going to be above, but it's actually an independent module. So one of the things we did when we redid the HUD for SS2 is we have a system called panels where we can add different modules to the HUD, and they can all be moved, scaled, etc. independently from one another. So we added a new one of those. It's called settlement info, and by default it'll just show you the max settlers you can have based on the rules in the settlement. So like this settlement, I can get 19 probably because of my charisma. This is probably why I can get 19. So that's where that comes from. Now, if you build a city plan, then it switches over to the max will be the max number the city plan can support, etc. So let's go ahead and we'll assign random settler as a leader. Where'd you go, settler? So that's the first big difference here. So one of the major differences, let's exit here. Yes, tear it all down. We'll use whatever settlement. Yes. Actually, I'm not gonna be able to show you all of it because I don't have any leveled city plans installed right now. So a lot of the HUD pieces aren't gonna actually show up with this. But one of the biggest changes here is now when you do a city plan, the involvement's gonna default to none. And that basically means that no matter how bad your settlers are doing in their city plan from a gameplay perspective, they will still be able to build plots, upgrade the city plan, etc. So that and I think that's what most people expect. They're like, I handed off the settlement to you to run. I didn't want to be involved. So now the gameplay is going to back that. So if you prefer to have to like get involved with all of your settler city plans, you can switch the involvement back after the patch. And a couple other things I did in that regard were the beacon should now auto power. Let's go check and see if that worked. I checked it the other day, and so did the testers, and it seemed to be working, but might as well double check while we're at it. So that no matter what, the settlement can slowly build itself up. I think the one exception to that is if the settlement just tanks its own happiness, then it's going to be suffering from the random rolls, because the roll to determine if you get a settler is determined by the happiness of the settlement. So the higher the happiness, more likely they'll get new settlers. Oh yeah, of course the power isn't going to work while I say it did. And I'm sure, I know Sasori messaged me or posted a message saying that it worked. So I don't know why it's not working for me all of a sudden. I wonder if I undid. Oh, I bet I'm just being impatient. It's probably script lag, so we'll give it a second to run through that. But anyway, so the intention is, and if it doesn't work now, I will go tinker with the code some more to make it work before Friday, is that your beacon will be powered automatically in the city plans, and all the rules are effectively turned off behind the scenes, so that way the settlers can build like crazy, and the settlements will build no matter what. So city plans should feel much more automated. So like this place had no resources. We don't have a caravan services, and already they're able to build up, which is what I think most people expect with city plans. So that, I think this is going to be a pretty big game changer with it, and it was a necessary change, especially for those of you guys who misconquer the pre-build system. Like, we absolutely need that for the pre-build. You don't want to have to micromanage, all the different settlements that you pre-build. Like, the whole point is to make it feel like they're thriving settlements without you. So that's some big changes. There's other little stuff that's not coming to mind right now, but you guys can read it all on the patch notes. But the goal with these new changes is to make it so that you can just run around the Commonwealth, plopping down city plans, and then by the time you get to the late game, like when you get to HQ, they should all have built up pretty substantially. So then you'll have the resources you need to do HQ. That's the hope with these changes, because I know a lot of people struggle with the early game of HQ because it's just so much information dumped at them, and then they're short on resources, so they can't do anything, and then figuring out how do you get those resources is not intuitive until you've played it a few times. So I'm hoping that city plans are going to be part of the solution. I don't understand why that's not working now. I tested it myself several times. It worked. All right, we're just going to power it manually. We've got God mode on. We'll just solve this ourselves. All right, we've got beacon, so now we can get more people here. All right, what's our needs like? What was that meters there? So, okay, so now going back to the HUD, you can see the 19 changed to 13 because this city plan can support 13 settlers right now. And I believe it detects, if I'm not mistaken, I think it detects what the city plan has defined, not what your plots change. So, even if you change, so for example, this one is a multi-residential. So if it upgraded to support more people, the thing over there wouldn't update beyond that. It's just the city plan kind of hard defines the cap, but you can turn off that cap. So if you find that you want more people moving into a city plan settlement, you can go in and change this setting. Let me find it. It's gameplay, city building, and what's it called? Maybe it's not under city building. It's under NPCs. Let's see. Here it is, recruitment. Limit recruitment by city plan. So by default, it'll try and limit it so that only that many people move in. And if you want it to just go beyond that, you can just turn that option off. Speaking of that, and that's another big change I can show you guys, is local settings are back. And I hope I fixed them today. I haven't checked back in the beta channel chat yet this evening. But the local settings were something, again, from SS1 that a lot of people liked. And it was basically, you could, on an individual settlement basis, you could override the gameplay options. So not all of them, but the ones that made most sense to me. So all these different options, you can change them to be different than your settings in the rest of your game. So if you want to set up, you know, certain settlements to act differently, you know, whether it be for RP reasons or so that you don't have to micromanage stuff in city plans or whatever your reasoning, you can do that now. So the local settings will be back too. So again, the goal of this patch is really to like make city plans shine so that they'll be more usable. I also found a bug that was preventing wiring from working correctly for a lot of settlements. It's really a city plan focused patch because I think that those were always meant to be the solution to players who are here just for story, and to ensure that people who are, you know, maybe doing a playthrough and not realizing that they're going to need all those HQ resources to have a quick way to get them without having to cheat, would be to just pop up a bunch of city plans real quick. I don't know. This is, for some reason, I just saw this floating and it inspired me to go fix that. I don't know if I can fix it easily. Oh yeah, I can do a little surface snap off. We're going to bury you in the roof so I don't have to see the floatiness. Ah! Did not expect that. Did not expect to fall. I don't know why I didn't expect to fall off the roof. It's not like I'm playing with Workshop Plus. I should be playing with Workshop Plus, but I know that there are a lot of unattended little quirks in that mod that I haven't had time to deal with. One day, maybe post Chapter 3, I'll make a return to Workshop Plus and add some of the requested features and fix some of the weirdness with it. There we go. That makes me happier. Okay, so might as well, while we're doing this, let's pop over to another settlement. Let's keep testing. I'm really curious if the what do you call it? If the powering of the beacon is just if I reverted the fix in my, or reverted the change by accident in my code, or if I was just being impatient. There could be massive script lag. I have no idea. Actually, let's check that. I haven't done that in a while. Let's do save, script check. So if those of you guys who are on, oops. I don't know if that slash is going to be a problem. Those guys who are on PC, if you've never used this program, Fall Room Tools, you can get it on Nexus. If you load up a save in Resaver, all of you guys who have been around for a while obviously know how to do this. But anybody who's relatively new to the mod or hasn't been active in the community, like on the forums and stuff, where everyone knows to do this. If you're ever curious if your save is struggling, like if you feel like stuff is not working correctly, if you open up your save and Resaver and look at this active scripts, see I only got 2, that's fantastic. But if you see you've got like 100 there or something, then that is the reason your game is chugging along, and that's why some settlements is struggling. And you can fix that by basically just putting yourself in like Diamond City or something and just leave your character there, not paused, just leave them, you know, like this, like just leave them standing in first person or go sit in a chair and just walk away for like an hour and then come back, save again and check again and see if the active script count went down. Because that can ruin a mod like SS2 if your scripts get very backed up. And city plans have a tendency to cause that. So if you're using the FPS uncapper, like the physics fix or whatever it's called, to make it so that the game can go higher than 60 FPS, you should almost never run into that issue. And if you've got a decent CPU, which is, I've got a pretty good CPU on here, I think I can't remember the numbers anymore, but like a 3.8 7700 or something, that the game can handle quite a bit of scripting and you won't run into that issue. I keep hitting the wrong thing in mod config. I want Workshop Framework. Tools. Claim this settlement. There we go. All right, let's go ahead and do another one. We're gonna be freaking rich by the time we get to HQ with how many city plans I've got built. Oh, now I want this on. All right, where's the dude who's in charge here? What's his name? It's not. I'm sure it's not Worker. It's one of the ghoul guys. Not you. Not you. No. I didn't even know there was a guy named Jones here. I don't remember the name, but I know I'll recognize it when I see it. Oh, you couldn't see my Fall Room Tools window. Interesting. I thought I had this thing streaming my whole desktop. I don't know why I didn't show you my Fall Room Tools window. Well, in Fall Room Tools, when you open it, there's a list of parts of your save file, and one of them is called Active Scripts and has a little number next to it. So, but if you want a demo of it, I'm sure somebody could post a screenshot easily because a lot of people who've been playing SS for a while know about that. Where is this dude? What is his name? Wiseman. Thank you. Why didn't I find him? Where is he hiding at? Yeah, you're definitely a Worker. Holly, Daedra, or however you say her name. Oh, there he is. He's just hiding over in the corner. Okay. Well, let's get you over here. Carvok, thanks for another donation. Settlements that can break the scripts. I wonder who would ever make something that beautiful. I mean, messy. I think I used one of your settlements, Carvok, for the patch note video. I needed a leveled city plan to show off some of the HUD stuff for the patch video, and I think I grabbed whatever the latest one that was uploaded, and I think it happened to be yours. But probably only showing off level 1, level 0, level 1. Up we go. I love this feature still, the cinematic mode. This is actually one of those things like the camera. I actually built, when I rebuilt the camera system for SS2, I needed to improve its performance a little bit from SS1 because I know on Xbox it was like unusable on SS1. It might still be unusable on SS2 just because they have draw distance issues. But I ended up building in the framework to allow me to use it for more things because I always envisioned using this for some other stuff. And I think it's going to be really fun to use with the Conqueror Assaults. I think it'll be really cool to have like a victory overview of the settlement after you finish your battle. I think that'll be really fun. Maybe play some appropriate victory music afterward. In fact, bummer. There must have been a plot there at one point in the design. Oh yeah, so you can see that here's the asymmetry. Sometimes when we're designing the settlements, we forget that the building plans aren't going to be there right away, and so then the things we attach to the buildings are going to be floaty. Alright, let's give this a second. We'll see if this beacon gets powered. I remember I made a demo video of the... I made a demo video at one point of the camera system, and I had, when I was working on an SS2, I don't know if I ever posted this on Patreon or not, but it would basically it showed the character floating around a flag, and I had it playing the old school Final Fantasy victory music. I don't know, was it from FF7 or from 9? I don't remember which one, but there was like da 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 na 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 na. We'll need much cooler victory. That I love that victory music. I think it's just reminds me of childhood. But we obviously won't use that in Conqueror, but something in that vein of like giving you a feel like you just had an epic victory over a battle. Alright, let's go check, pop in workshop mode and test if we got power. And if not, we'll give him his own little thing and yeah, alright, so I'm gonna save here as a save beacon power up. Not working. Why? I can't put exclamation points in the file names. Alright, let's see here. Wait, why didn't that take... Oh, I guess I gotta change the angle or something. There we go. So yeah, you can see on the HUD, I think I started talking about this and I got distracted. This is why I don't engage with chat a ton when I'm playing, because I derail myself, much less trying to also keep up with chat. The second little element of the HUD there is the little city plan icon, and then the level of the plan. Now, if this was a multi-level plan, which I don't have installed right now. Actually, I could pop out of the game and install one real quick just to show you guys. I mean, I might as well do that. We're not in any rush right now, and there's no quests for me to do right now because everything is broken. or on hold. Let's see. So Finch is just south of here, right? So I think I happen to have a city plan installed. So what will go? Save LP day 14 end of session. Okay, let's crash out of here and pop open my plugins. I think I have a city plan. Yep, Finch Farm. Oh, I did have it enabled. Finch Farm by Carbach. Ha! So I didn't need to crash out. I didn't realize I had that enabled still. Don't complain about my 400 Notepad++ windows. That's the way I work. All right, back in here. A1 Racer, I agree. I love the trash can look of Fallout 4 too. Somebody said screw it and started building. That's how I approach my building too. I just start plopping stuff down. It's fun. But yeah, all of the settlement designs that we do on the team and the plot designs, we tend to follow that logic. Oops, what am I doing? I want to go south of here. We tend to do that of, and actually I'll just go to God mode now because now we're not playing for the save. Now we're just trying to show off some features. Yeah, I like we always tend to build toward the scrappy aesthetic of like, yeah, you just work around the junk. You know, I know like a lot of people who hate it, their argument is like, well, after 200 years, things would have rebuilt and it wouldn't, you know, society wouldn't have crumbled that bad. But I think it's an artistic aesthetic as opposed to like a realistic thing, and I really love the aesthetic of Fallout.
What? Huh?
Excellent. Brahmin Farm. What's going on, guys? What's this? It looks like the Brahmin murdered him. He tried to milk him with his bucket, and they weren't having that. Oh, is this a nightingale? Traveling nightingale? Hello.
Hi. If you picked up any rads or bullet holes out there, I should be able to help.
For a brief moment when I read the text, I thought it said butthole. Oh, my mind's in the gutter. Not interested. Thanks.
Never mind. We're done.
I still haven't fixed their bartering. I know I haven't because I every time I talk about it on stream, I put it down on my notes, and I think it gets buried in my pile of note cards, and I've never gotten to it yet.
If you want to help out, pick some ears of corn and bring them here.
No, I don't want to help out, but I do want to steal your settlement. All right, here we go. All right, let's build a multi-level settlement, and we can cheat upgrade it. I think I remember the console commands for that. And if I don't, I guarantee you Carbach does. All right, where's Abraham? Now, Abraham, I don't know where you are, so I think he's going to come and yell at me with his shotgun. So instead, Abigail gets to be in charge. Come here.
Okay.
You are now the mayor. Congratulations. Oh, wait. Cancel? I forgot to select the city plan first. I have, because there'll be two, I need to select it first. Select city plan. We want the Finch scrap pile. Yes, pan build. Yes, tear it all down. Here we go. All right, so I mean, we're basically into chat mode now, so feel free if you guys got questions or just want to chat or whatever. Just make sure you include @KingGath in your messages. I'm no longer trying to do any story content, just gonna show stuff, and I'll chat with you guys for a while. I'm good to go for a couple hours if you guys are. We'll see how we go though. I'm usually like sometimes I'm a 3 a.m. kind of guy. Lately I've been more like a 12:30 kind of guy, so that gives us about 2 hours. No trick, I'm sure there's a gutter mod for you. Chuck Morris, no, I don't want to help out, but I do want to steal your settlement. KingGath 2022. Now, I remember doing in the patch bed when I was making this Carbach, those red things weren't disappearing. It's just weird. Is that always the case for you, or is that, oh man, look at all the junk it's added in. This is great. Do the red nav mesh blocks never disappear? Is that like a bug, or are they? Did somehow the visualizer things get added to your settlement? Because that can happen too. This is an elaborate level 0, buddy. Let's see here. Mod 142. If you make the camera scanner use the healing legendary effect, it won't aggro anymore. I remember playing with that healing thing and I couldn't get it working. I did see that legendary effect was available, and I couldn't get it working. So maybe another mod author knows how to do this and they can help me one day. It tends to be, funnily enough, that people who do a lot of mod authoring tend to not play a lot of mods. So they probably haven't run into this, or they'd have fixed it by now. Z Games, which settlement location is your favorite? Honestly, it's Finch Farm. Mostly because of the story on our team. So when we were designing Rise of the Commonwealth, the design, our lead settlement designer, Strong, who at the time went by Donald Strong and now goes by Strong Swanson, he had spent just a crazy amount of time on a Finch Farm design, and it's one of my favorites in Rise of the Commonwealth. And during that design process, I think the save got screwed up at one point. He had to rebuild a lot. Then we had export issues, and then had to redo some of that. And then partway through development of Rise of the Commonwealth, the patch came out. So those of you guys who are really old hands, you guys will remember that when I first launched SS1, the plot sizes were really wonky. They weren't even to floor tiles at all. They were like 1.5 large floor tiles, or the equivalent of like 3 of those little balcony pieces. Excuse me. And I patched, and I realized, you know, after reading fan feedback and everything, and like thinking about it, it was like, oh, that was really stupid. I should have made them an even set of 4 of the large floor tiles. Like, then they could snap in nicely. It gives a little more space for designers, and I made that change for, I don't remember if I did it for Industrial Revolution or for Rise of the Commonwealth, but whatever the case, I made that change, and then told Strong that, like, we really shouldn't have any of the old plot sizes in the designs. We should switch them. So then he had to redo a bunch of Finch Farm a 3rd time or 4th time or 5th time or whatever. So now he curses the settlement. But the settlement design, I think, for ROTC Finch Farm is incredible. So it's just a lot of interest of, I guess it's like, you know, some funny memories. I like the settlement design we ended up with. This is really cool, Carvac. I like how big this is. And then like a little bit of what would you call it? Like oh, there's Abraham. A little bonding in misfortune that we had on the team. So yeah, Finch Farm is a special place in my heart because of that. As far, if you're talking about just building, I tend to like to build in Sanctuary a lot. I think I like the space in there, and it feels like the right thing to do from an RP standpoint as your character. Because I don't ever RP not as Nate or Nora. I'm just gonna play their backstory. All right, yeah, let's go. I want to see what's going on with these pink guys here. Let's see if they are nav mesh marker. Those are the statics. So let's see. Get linked ref workshop item keyword. Yeah, so it looks like the nav mesh markers, Carvac, ended up in your thing. The actual, not the, and like those are the actual, I don't think those are the ones you walk on. I think those are like the visualizers to help you see them. Those somehow ended up in there. I could be wrong on that, but that's what it appears. Yeah, because the nav mesh block, the activator, that's what should be in your city plan, not the nav mesh, like those. Let me check that. Let me try nav mesh block. So prid. You guys get to see my troubleshooting methodology for in-game. 518. And then we'll do get workshop item keyword. Yeah, they're both linked. So that means that those both ended up in your city plan. So the actual markers. I don't know how that could have happened. It could have been maybe picking them up with PE or something and picking up the wrong thing. I know those are a real pain to work with. So, you know, but those are baked in your city plan. That's why they're appearing. Let's see here. Scrolling back up. Artful Bob, I used Gavman's player here, love it. Yeah, the city plans that the city plans that have been coming out of this season, city plan contests, are insane. You guys are all crazy, and I think it's because, and if you guys want to join it, it's an open invite. Carbach will send you an invite right now. He's got a Discord server for people who join the city plan contest, and I think they've been like challenging each other and one-upping each other because every month it feels like they get more extravagant, which is great. All right, we need to do my usual. I almost forgot about this. Set game hour to 11. Force weather to be 52A, and set time scale to 0.1. There we go. Lock the weather. Okay, so now let's pop in the workshop mode and check the HUD. So okay, so you guys see that on the left now. It has a little time icon, and it's probably all backed up script lag, but or maybe not enough time's passed yet. But once time starts passing, it'll show a % time like next to that. So let's see if I can get. I'll pass a little bit of time here. Pass time. We'll do 12. I'll do it again. All right, let's see if that worked. But it should show the % left on the timer to get to the next level. Unless I broke that. Oh, there it goes, 2%. So that's what you'll see normally in a city plan with levels. You'll see a % toward the time to the next level. And then when it reaches the full %, it'll switch to showing you what you need to do to make the level work. So one thing that I changed a couple patches ago was once the time is up on City Plan where it could be eligible to upgrade, it'll say upgrade available even if you couldn't actually upgrade it. Like for example, if you don't have enough happiness, you might not be able to upgrade it, but it'll show the upgrade available message so that you can see how much it costs, so that way you can make sure that the settlement has enough scrap. So after the time is up, you'll be able to look and see how much scrap you have, and then that little time icon will get replaced with like a unhappy symbol if you need happiness. It'll be a vault boy if you don't have high enough population, because part of the city plan requirements is you got to have 80% of that number there. So you see how it says 7 right now, so you got to have 80% of 7, which is, 6 is obviously going to count, but you got to have at least 80% of whatever that number is. And then you gotta have enough scrap to build it, and those are all the requirements after the time has passed. So this should help people know why their city plans aren't upgrading or how close they are to upgrading, built right into that little part of the HUD. It's basically that little part of the HUD is kind of is what we have these floating icons for on plots. It's supposed to represent that. So I made some little bit of tinkering from the SS1 version, but I really love these floating icons. I think they're awesome to be able to just quickly look around the settlement and see, which things need stuff. And so I wanted something similar like for the city plan. So all that stuff, any of these city plan improvements will be available for you guys on Friday, hopefully early afternoon. Although now that I found like that Nightingale's bug and this beacon bug, I may be doing some power coding over the next 2 days to try and get those fixed before I push it out. All right, let's scroll back up here, and I'm gonna let some of these plots finish building. I'm worried about overloading the script engine, but I'll probably show off the rest of the levels of this while we're sitting here, just for fun. And because Carbach is a great guy, always heavily involved in the community. Appreciate it. Well, let's see. Next question on the list. The illusion. When you do the teardown window, could you add an option to select the city plan? I mean, I could, but I feel like I'm always designing the UI stuff to be as intuitive as I can for people who don't want to get heavily involved. So,
Abraham, you're back, huh?
Oh, now you're gonna do your thing.
Mm-hmm. I'll find it. You're doing me a bit.
But my assumption is always that the one thing that I think people have requested that I might add in that I think would help with that, because I think most people who know now, who've been playing the mod a lot and are looking for a specific city plan, I think they've all learned that you should go in and do it first. But one of the things that I might change for people who don't care about which one it is, but they don't want the single level, that I can understand. They're like, I want a leveled plan, and so it would be a very sensible option to add. That's basically like, don't auto select single level if multi-level are available. In fact, that might be something I should make as the default. I could probably code that in, of just being like, if there's a multi-level city plan available and the player didn't choose one manually, then go ahead and pick one of the multi-level, because I think that's what most people want when they're building these, if they're just doing them at random. Carbach, while in build mode, they stick about. Yeah, that sounds like those are buggy. I'll have to look into those. But there's definitely somehow those ended up in your city plan. I don't know if that happens every time or if that's a bug with them, because they shouldn't be. The visual markers should not get linked to the workbench. I don't know why they would be. Let's see. No trick. My cinematics always get interrupted somehow. The thing that the cinematics can be interrupted if you mess with your weapon or if you look around too much. So I think players, it happens less if you're on a controller. If you're using a mouse, you can easily knock yourself out of it. Because I have it set up so that if you look around enough or pull out your weapon, that it'll pull you out of it. Because I didn't want players to feel like they were stuck in that if they didn't know what it was. So I have seen some players on streams where they are just moving their mouse around doing their thing, and then all of a sudden they get pulled immediately out of cinematic mode. So if you get pulled in cinematic mode, you want to just like let go of your controls and let it do its thing. Otherwise, it can pull you out. Let's see, Chuck Boris, will we be getting more firm the CPD in Chapter 3, or will they be playable faction with the Conqueror mechanics? Yeah, I'm sure they'll get tied into the Conqueror mechanics. As far as additional content for them, there's no plans currently to do more quest content, but there is, as part of the patch this week, Captain Laserbeam, if you guys aren't using his jam pads add-on, you should be, designed a few CPD plans, which are getting added in SS2 Extended on Friday. So there'll be some new unlocks for the CPD if you want to have a CPD presence at your settlements. You'll be able to do that this Friday. That was actually something we had meant to have for launch, but we just didn't have anybody on the design team available to make the city plans. So fortunately, Captain joined up recently and has been helping us get some new building plans done. Mod Hunter, don't forget to mod your new shotgun. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do that next week because now I'm like tinkering with a save that I'm gonna just let sacrifice. So I already did my end of session, and I got to get a bunch of resources in my inventory. So I don't know. I guess I haven't been looting a lot of scrap. I always assumed that I have been, but I think I've been mostly just looting bullets and stim packs. And that's actually one of the reasons why I tend not to craft a ton in Fallout 4, because I just don't want to have to overload my inventory with junk all the time. So then when I get to I probably just have to go to a settlement and hope my settlement has enough stuff to mod with. Otherwise, what I'll end up doing is I'll probably wait to do most of my modding until we get to HQ so I can show off the lab system, because that's one of the big benefits of HQ. Let's see, Gabman. Nav mesh normally disappear when you build. I have found that the cinematic markers don't disappear in the level they are put in. That's very odd. Those markers I don't know why they wouldn't disappear. My chat just jumped on me. Let's see, Shortwind. Red nav mesh and blue man show sometimes even before Workbench is activated, but X and Workbench and when waiting a long time fixes the issue. Yeah, that's what's meant to happen. So those are they're markers that are meant so that you can delete it's meant so that you can delete them as the player, and then for designers it's so they can move them around. But most of the time, players, once they probably don't want to see these, so you can actually disable those from reappearing. It's not going to affect these red things because those are baked into the city plan as regular items, but it's actually controlled by Workshop Framework. So a lot of the code in SS2 I actually built into Workshop Framework back when we were working on Conqueror, and when I was overhauling a lot of the base gameplay. I ended up working a lot of the types of stuff that I feel like would be universally useful even outside SS2. I try to put it in Workshop Framework so that other mod authors can use it, and some have. Like, Whisper uses a lot of the code of Workshop Framework to do stuff. And so that system of the invisible items was like, well, that's something like a lot of mod authors would like to have. So that is actually built in here. I don't remember where the control is. Let's see. Auto show invisible objects. So if we turn this off, now the next time we pop in workshop mode, it shouldn't display the blue men. Yeah, see, now the blue men aren't there. So that's probably, so if you're not a designer, you probably should turn that option off, because you really don't need, if you're not doing city plan design, you probably should turn that option off. All right, let's do manage, configure build limits, increase by 100%, and then we'll do it one more time because knowing Carvok, I'm gonna need it. Yep, there we go. All right, so now Carvok, Gavman, or anybody else who's in City Mouse, can you guys remind me what the command is to force unlock the city plan, and I'll do it just for fun. Let's see here. A1 Racer. Let's see. Normally the red markers part disappear after once or twice in workshop mode. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's what a couple people are saying here. XP Gamers. Why is your name showing all weird gray like that? That's pretty cool. And now it makes I jump to your messages. You get to cheat. You're gonna get my attention without an at King Gath. Does some settlements have a revamped attack and defense system of some kind? I've been thinking about giving F4 another run through. Was wondering. No, not currently. That will be something that we have in chapter with the 3.0 patch. We will. It won't replace the vanilla. It'll just kind of augment it. For anybody who played Conqueror and SS1, they're familiar with how that system worked. And that's going to get return mostly the same. I like the way that system worked. I think this plot's all bugged out. We're going to have to nuke it. Bye-bye, plot. You're dead. Shortwind, how did you show the number of scripts running from the console? I didn't. I did it from the number of scripts I used. What's it called? Resaver for part of Fallroom Tools. I gotta get those. If you guys see that explosion, we gotta figure out how to get the dirt removed from some of those. I don't know what the best way to do that is. That was not meant to happen. It's supposed to just be the structure, but the automated tool we have to generate those explosions does not know the difference between a dirt mound and a building. Carvac, please walk over to the 3 plots under the houses over there and force them to level 3, please. So I keep in mind, Carvac, I don't have any add-on packs installed, so they're not going to look like what you want them to look like. They're unless you happen to use base SS2 stuff. Let's see here. Oh, I'm way behind on chat here. LEXLAX. I'm trying to figure out what add-ons work nicely, but I really don't know what to pick because there are so many. Any recommendations? I'll let chat answer that for you on recommendations. There are a ton of add-ons. There's a bunch that have, like, you probably want the ones with building plans to start. That's probably where you want to start. And then the majority of the ones that are on there, and if you go into the Nexus categories for SS2 stuff, the majority are going to be city plans because that's how everybody releases their city plans for the contest. But there should be a bunch in there that add new buildings. So if you go to our wiki, let me see if I can get you a direct link to it. We have all of them documented, and we have the one, and then it'll be easier to find links then. So we tend to keep this up to date, so you know you can find them all. But the ones that have buildings are the ones I would probably start with because those will give you the most variety, whether or not you're using city plans. And then obviously whatever settlement you want a city plan for, there are lots of options. I think there's only maybe 3 or 4 settlements that haven't had a city plan on them yet, released for SS2. Let's see, available add-on packs. All right, so okay, can you guys see this? I don't know if my stream is maybe OBS is maybe getting the game and not my monitor. Yeah, it looks like my thing is only getting my monitor. Let's see if I can switch that. Give me a second here. Display scene. Here we go. Let's switch to that. I'm not very good at this whole OBS thing. Okay, can you guys see my screen now? I think you should be able to. You should be able to see. All right, hold on, let me highlight some chat here so I don't lose my spot. Okay, good. Yeah, I can see it on the stream. So yeah, so right under here, if you go to wiki, wiki.simsettlements2.com, and then on the left side here, if you scroll down to, where did I just find it? Available add-on packs. Customize your game. And then you can see they're broken down. So we've got it by ones that add building plans, which ones add city plans. There's leader packs, etc. So you can find a list of the type you want. So this is probably the go-to spot to figure out what you want to download. So wiki.simsettlements2.com. And then scroll down on the left to find available add-on packs. Let's see. Chuck Boris, will Chapter 3 take up the rest of the mod space on Xbox? Will Xbox 3 still have room? Yeah, it's probably going to take up most of the space. Like, my bet is we'll be able to leave you with like 100 megs of space. So we figured out a lot of content that we can migrate over to SS2 Extended so that Xbox players can make some more space. So, like, for example, most of the custom outfits, like, we'll probably leave like our main characters, like our 6 main characters that are part of HQ will probably continue to use their custom outfits even on Xbox, but like everybody else, we can migrate those to SS2 Extended, and then that will save a lot of space because those are pretty big. There's a lot of random things where they aren't necessary for you to complete our quest line that we can migrate over to make some space. And then I imagine the smallest I can make Chapter 3 is probably like 450, 500 megabytes, just based on voice files alone. So we're basically gonna squeeze everything out just to make sure you can complete the full SS2 storyline on Xbox, but ultimately the definitive experience is going to be PC. There's no way to avoid that with the limitation that Xbox has. So let's see. Hopefully one day though, maybe we'll get lucky and like there'll be a special edition for Fallout 4 one day that ups the mod space limit. No trick, I see those blue markers all the time. What am I doing wrong? Yeah, it's just the thing I just showed in Workshop Framework. Go change that option. and then go in and out of workshop mode, and they should all start disappearing and not come back again. Well, let's see here. It's all ogre now. What will Chapter 3's primary theme focus be? Spoiler alert for those who don't want to hear this yet. If you once you finish Chapter 2's main storyline, you will know exactly what the goal is. But mechanically wise, we're porting forward Conqueror's mechanics, not the Raider stuff. Just the mechanics from it. So it was very much about turning your settlements into having the option to. We're not going to force the gameplay. I mean, you'll probably have to do a couple for the sake of the quest line, but you basically will have the option to convert your settlements into effectively what I call war camps. They're called outposts in Nuka World, where instead of having settlers and typical buildings, your focus will be on raising an army, and it'll be all optional gameplay. Well, I can't say that. Some of the quest line will require you to do some of it, but the goal is to give that just like massive depth to your settlement gameplay. Like I've always said with SS2, we switched our goalpost from trying to be a SimCity clone to trying to be a Civilization clone, and Civilization's got combat in it. So does Fallout 4. So we're adding in the ways to get settlements involved in combat. Let's see here. I'm trying to remember. I think you guys have already typed the command, but I missed it. So I'm gonna just try and guess here. We're gonna try and go with unlock. I think this is it. Hopefully I don't have to have... No, it's not the command anymore. All right, I'm going to have to wait until I find it in chat again. Let's see. DF Searless. I'm probably butchering that. Any thoughts to a standalone system to record your streams with a decent processor and RAM? So I tried setting that up. I bought a capture card. I have a second PC to capture the streams, and it worked for 1 week. And then after that, and then sometime in the week after that, I had a bunch of power surges, and it jacked up something in my setup, and so now I don't have that. So I don't have the money for it right now. So not yet, but eventually I will. Let's see here. Z Game. Whoa, chat jumped again. Z Games. Does the player faction have a name? I cannot remember if they do. Like you and Jake are in command of what group? No, they don't currently have a name. That's probably. I'm certain that'll be something we address at some point, because I love giving things names. No trick. Is MCM required? I always see you using it. No, all those options are available in the holotape too. I just find MCM more convenient, so I use it. Let's see. Not crazy. If Starfield gets delayed for a year, can we get a DLC for SS2 where you play as Jake, really learning his backstory up to where he finds the ASAMs? If Starfield gets delayed a year, I don't know what we'll do. Because we have, like, on paper, we have a Chapter 4, like a real rough outline of what it might be, but we're taking like the best elements and squeezing them into Chapter 3 already, so I don't know what we'll do. Like, I think even without Starfield kind of pushing us to move forward, I still think a lot of folks on the team could do from a palate cleanser of working on something else for a while. So, whatever that might be. So I've talked about, maybe modding Starfield, and, some people on the team probably will want to exit. They'll just be like, yeah, this was my last contribution to Fallout 4. I'll always need a creative outlet of some sort, but, whether it be modding Starfield or some other game, or picking up Unreal or Unity and working on my own thing, I don't know. But I think no matter what happens with Starfield, I guess my bet would be, rather than getting another chapter if Starfield comes out, it would be like, if Starfield gets a delay, we'll probably do what we did with Chapter 2, where rather than cutting content, we just like delayed it. We're like, all right, we'll just move this to post-launch. So with Chapter 3, some of what's going to end up happening as we get deeper into the development cycles, we're like, all right, we don't have time to do this, so it's just getting full-on cut. And I think if they like, say, in August, they're like, all right, we're delaying Starfield for 3 months, then we might like, okay, like now we can slow down dev and we can move some of those stretch goals back onto the plate for definitely happening. That's what I think would happen if Starfield gets delayed, which it probably will. I think the trend in the games industry now is to, after the Cyberpunk release disaster and several other games having bad releases, I think the trend now is to delay rather than release a buggy product or a completely broken product. Snacky, is Jake's backstory going to get tied up in Chapter 3? Yeah, definitely. That was actually so we ended Chapter 2 in a way where it would be like, okay, well, if we weren't able to do Chapter 3 for some reason, I think that other than Jake's storyline was the one exception. I think we like that ended it in a decent enough position where we'd be okay with it. Unlike, you know, if we had ended the mod with chapter 1, that would have been like a huge FU to everybody. But yeah, I think the most important thread we deal with in chapter 3 is Jake's backstory, because I think he's mentions it throughout the main quest line, and it would be like such a bummer to not have that resolved. So that's definitely on the plate. Carback was just say do that 2 more times. I'm not sure what you're referring to now. I'm so far behind on chat. Hey, Gavan's got the command for me. Call quest function. Oh, I had some of it. So it's city plan manager, test city upgrade. Cool. We'll just do that while we're chatting. Let's see if I'm close enough to the settlement for it to trigger or not. I think it should go into... There it goes. Should go into cinematic mode. Uh-oh. I gotta do something here. So we need to go audio, music... Oh, it doesn't work. Well, I'm getting a copyright strike. So there's this, and maybe Bethesda dealt with it. So there's somebody on YouTube made a cover of the Fallout 4 theme, like a rock cover of it, and they've been copyright striking anybody who has the Fallout 4 themes videos and claiming it's their cover song. And I sent it to Bethesda, and they had their legal department supposedly got on it and put an end to that. So we'll find out. I guess this is a test case. Oh wow, okay, everybody's spamming that test command at me. Thank you all. Let's see, Quester WI use multi-plans. It might cause problems for people with older PC. Yeah, the multi-plans, that's why we put those single level plans in, is for people with older PCs or on Xbox. But I think if you're on those systems, you probably shouldn't install a bunch of city plans anyway. Like you should, if you haven't run into it already, you'll find that multi-level city plans can wreck you, or can make your game very crashy because the engine limitation for rendering. So yeah, I don't recommend, if you're on an older PC or on Xbox, I don't actually recommend the multi-level city plans. Some of them I know the authors, you know, take care to make them work well on Xbox. But as you can see, like this one in front of me, there's so much stuff going on here. Like this thing would destroy an Xbox. Maybe on the newer Xboxes. That's the other thing. Is like some of the math changed with when they released the Series S and Series X, because those can handle quite a bit more on the rendering side of things. The illusion. When you get around to, I assume you mean Workshop Plus, W Plus, the auto door thing doesn't know between a player or NPC opening, closing a door. It's been so long since I worked on the auto door thing, I have no idea what you mean. So if you can clarify to me. But there's actually Workshop Plus and Workshop Framework have open Git repos, so anybody can go post a suggestion or issue on those pages if you want to go look them up on Git. All right, speaking of Git, so I had an idea the other day, and I don't know why I didn't think of this a long time ago. And maybe some of you guys who are developers know of how I can do this. I had an idea. It would be really cool if we had, so we have a private Git for SS2, and I only invite people that I trust to post bug reports on there, because a lot of bug reports that get posted by people on the forums or on Nexus are not bugs. They're clear, user not understanding something, or conflicts with other mods, and it would be very hard for me to keep up with things. Like I can't even keep up with the bug reports we have from our team. Like anybody who's got access to that private bug repo will tell you that I'm perpetually like 200 bugs behind. It's just I have so much stuff going on. And an example, I'll give you guys a little example of my of how long it takes to develop this mod and the scope of my availability and everything. But before I do that, so I don't want to get too sidetracked before I finish talking about my point. But I will if I don't, remind me somebody to go back and talk about to get back to this point about how long it takes me to do some stuff and why the bug fixes are forever behind. But I thought it would be cool, and maybe somebody knows a way to do this, if we could arrange for public access to the Git, not to post, but to like upvote bug reports, to be like, I've experienced this. Like I want a system like that, to where we could post all the known issues, and then basically like let people ping the ones they have, and they could upvote them in a way of like, hey, I want like this one, I think you should fix first. Because like some of them I make the call of like, oh yeah, that's a pretty game breaking bug, I need to fix that first. But then when it gets down to like okay, all of these are like equally irritating or whatever, then I just either go top to bottom through them, or I'll, depending on how much time I've, like, okay, that one's gonna take me 2 hours, I can't do that right now. And then some others are like time sinks. It could take me ungodly amounts of hours to fix, I don't know. It'll be like, I look at it like, I have no idea how long that'll take me to fix, so I can't deal with that right now. I gotta wait until I have like a, you know, like a full weekend to work on something. I think it'd be really cool if we could like have an open like vote on, here's the bugs King Gas should focus on next. I think that'd be kind of cool if like, if we could just have like everybody could like them or +1 them or something, and then I would just attack the ones that had the most when I was doing that. I don't know of such a system to do that, but maybe some of you other devs know a way to do that. Maybe there's a Git plugin or something. I don't. I'm not a Git novice, but I don't use it enough to know any of the detailed features. I just use it for like issue tracking and merging builds from the team and stuff. Anyway, I thought that would be kind of cool. Okay, so now, and I actually remembered, you guys don't have to remind me, to get back to my thing about timelines on stuff. So like something like that seems pretty simple, like the local settings that I just showed you guys. To implement that took me, I think, about 18 hours. And on most days, I can mod reliably for about 4 hours a night after work and family time. So like that uses, so like, and we batch bi-weekly. So just to get the local settings in, you know, if you like, I can always squeeze in, I usually can squeeze in some mod time during the day as well. I work from home, so I can pull off a little bit of modding time when I'm not working on important work projects. But, you know, the only thing I can reliably count on is my nighttime. And even on the, I get 7 days a week, I can count on the nighttime, except for Wednesdays, obviously I'm streaming. So to do 18 hours, that's like 4.5 of my modding days out of to do that one little feature. So, and sometimes, you know, like a thing that seems simple, or like, why haven't you fixed this bug? Some of those bugs could turn into an 18-hour project. And so like, I have to like be careful about what I pick and choose to focus my time on. And a lot of the code stuff, there's like nobody else on the team is familiar enough with the code to help me with it. There's a few people in the community who have spent a lot of time digging into the code, and I invited them to they're on our private Discord, and they occasionally DM me some fixes for stuff that's really complex. Like I'm hoping one of them will figure out the icon thing that I keep complaining about the overlapping the numbers on the plot icons. But that type of stuff, like where it just becomes these infinite time sinks. Like some of those bugs may remain forever because of how long it can take versus how much time I have available. And not only am I trying to squeeze in patches, but I'm also trying to organize the team, try and engage with the community some with stuff like this or answering messages, and then working on the next chapter. So I'm in charge of all the code base for the next chapter. So it's hard. It's hard to keep up with all. But I think it would be cool if I could get the community involved in like telling me what are the stuff you guys want to see fixed. Because there's, again, we have over 200 confirmed issues. Now, some of them aren't actually issues. Some of them are like feature requests, or like, hey, this is kind of wonky or hard to understand. It's not necessarily a bug. But still, there are 200 plus active Git reports right now. And I think it would be cool to have, it'd be interesting to know, like, what are the majority of you guys want me to fix? Because I never have any idea. Other than like, you know, if I see a lot of forum chatter about a particular issue, like I'll definitely prioritize that. But otherwise, you know, it's just kind of like guessing. My bet would be the bug that's been the longest standing in chapter 2 that people have run into that are waiting for fixes, the CPD bounties, is that I know that those have been broken since launch, and I've just been afraid to touch them because those, I've mentioned this before on this stream that, oh, this is really cool, Carvac, this is a cool design. The CPD bounties they're cursed. They've gone through hell during development, so I'm afraid to touch them. Let's see, Quester WI, sorry for the split question, I will try again. Setting use multi-level plans would cause problems for people with older PCs. Well, again, like, so there are no multi-level plans available by default. So if I set them by default, it would be only for people who bother to install them, which I'm recommending people don't if they're on a lower end PC anyway. So I don't think it'll end up being an issue. Chris Kavat, I have no idea how you pronounce that. How do you do a K and V together? Kavatum? Chris Kavatum? Thank you for the donation. Where in the load order do you put SS2 Extended? Is it between SS2 and Chapter 2 or after Chapter 2? I'd say after Chapter 2. Extended wasn't even intended to be an ESM file, but I think I have it as an ESM flag DSP or whatever you call that. I think I had to do that because the creation kit demands it. Otherwise, I can't load plugins in a certain order and it'll disconnect them. But yeah, put it after Chapter 2. Let's see, Yagi, will moving the stuff from Corda Extended break existing saves? Not the way we're going to have to do it. It's going to be a lot of work, but we'll do it. But basically what we'll do is, for example, like, let's say we want to move a random settler's outfit, like one of the custom settler outfits or one of the Conquered characters' outfits. What we'd have to do is we'd have to take the clothing they're wearing and change the armor records in the CK to point to vanilla models. And then we would, in the extended, we would override those models to use our custom meshes. That's how we'll end up doing it. So then it should be a seamless transition, but we'll test it before we release it en masse. We definitely don't want to break existing saves for sure. Let's see. Rui Fernandez, hey King Eth, hello, how are you? Welcome to the stream. Let's see. Michael Isaac, I'm new to modding. Is Substance a good program for texturing, or should I use something else for Fallout 4? Substance, is, from what I understand, is amazing for texturing. I am not much of an artist, so I can't really answer that question definitively. But any texture program... Oh, and it looks like... Hey, Carvac, it looks like the red things are only in your level 0. They are not in your other levels, so that's a positive.
I'm new here.
Nope, sorry, I don't want to help you, Settler. Yeah, I can't answer that question, but Substance will generate files that work with Fallout 4, because I think a lot of the 3D artists use Substance, so you can generate the files you need for Fallout 4 for sure. All right, let's do another. Actually, I should test my save script check. Let's check this. I can get another chance to show it now that I've got my screen showing off what's on my computer, not just Fallout 4. At least I think I do. Script check. Let's do active scripts. Let's see how we're at. Yeah, see, my computer chews through the scripts on Fallout 4, no problem. I don't have any issues with script lag, which is really nice. All right, let's do test city upgrade. Let's do another one. Let's go to level 2. Are you right? Is this rebuilding Liberty Prime? Is that what we're about to see going on here? I haven't seen all the levels of your plan. I only saw the final level. Let's see here. Oh, you discorded it to me, Carvac. Okay, yeah, I'm way behind on chat. Chuck Boris, I handled most of my settlements. Will lose the settlements I have built up when Chapter 3 releases. I don't know what you mean by that, but we're not gonna like take away people's settlements and destroy them or anything. If that's what you mean, I'm not sure what your question's getting at, but you will still have your same settlements when Chapter 3 loads up. Let's see, Quester WI, that is why I'm using simple city plans for SS2. Yeah, if you're on a lower end system, you definitely want to either use the base city plans we included with SS2, or there's probably some simple ones out there you can grab. Also, there's probably some workshop framework layouts that are a little lower end. Nick Carter, will there be a new patch this Friday? Yep, I'm showing off some of it right now. So one of the things that changes in the patch on Friday is that city plans will run automatically much easier now. They won't require having enough resources to do stuff, so you should see city plans stalling out way less. It shouldn't. The only time it'll happen now will be if happiness gets so low that the settlement can't recruit enough people or are struggling to, but you can fix that easily yourself by just sending settlers from your successful settlements over to it, or going over there and changing some plots to recreational. But it'll be a lot less hands-on to get city plans to get moving. Because right now, I don't know if it was last week or the week before, I went through and I was fixing some of my settlements that were city plans, and it requires a little bit of finessing. You've got to like build a couple of generators, make sure that your recruitment beacon is powered up there, and then you got to make sure there's a settler who builds up a caravan services, which means you need to have enough resources to do that, and then that you have enough surplus junk at all the other settlements. So it takes a lot of finessing in the current build, but once we get to this patch, if you build a city plan, you can count on it in eventually being able to level up. And then there's a lot of other stuff in the patch too, but I'll wait till you guys can find out all that on Friday. Let's see, the illusion. Oh, more information on the auto door stuff. Okay, W plus auto door issue. There's an option to open close doors when you enter exit workshop mode. There's one option for NPCs and one for players. I don't remember the options, but I think I probably have the MCM options in my thing, so I can kind of jog my memory through here. Yeah, I still have the MCM stuff here. So let's see. What? Like I remember the door thing, but I don't remember the options and what they do. That's layers. It should be under here. Oh, I wonder if I have an old version of the MCM files. Or if I'm just blind and not seeing it. Flying workshop mode, good weather, fall damage. And nothing about doors here. No, it's not layer HUD. Not hotkeys. Huh. Yeah, I think I probably have old versions of the MCM files. Or maybe it never got added to MCM, possibly. I still don't know what you're talking about, unfortunately, but it's going to be a while before I get back to Workshop Plus, so only thing I can recommend... Oh, I like the UFO in the trash there, Carback. The only thing I can recommend is go find the Workshop Plus page on GitHub and make sure it's in the issues section. And I'll address it eventually when I have the bandwidth. The illusion, the CK fixes allow you to load messages that aren't ESM files. So I can't use the CK fixes right now because I have to use another CK hack in order to use merging with the CK. So SS2, because it's gone through hell and back over the years, because it started out as a copy of SS1, the CK refuses to do merges on it unless I use a hacked version of the CK. That's a different hacked. It's not the fixes. I have to use we did some creative hex editing to it, and I have to use that for merging, so I can't use that version that you're talking about, unfortunately. Hey, I finally caught up to chat. All right. Just a reminder, guys, if you want to avoid me not having to read every single message in chat, if you want me to guaranteed read your message, just make sure you include @KingGath in it, because then it highlights differently on my screen. Illusion sent you an updated config JSON on Discord. You could try it live if you want. Don't need to reload the game. Let's see how that works. I've never done that before. I don't want to open my Discord because I don't want to accidentally give up. Well, hold on. Maybe I have it on my other window. As I don't want to accidentally... Okay, cool. I don't want to accidentally show somebody's private information on stream. Wait, where did you send it to me? Where did you send it? I'm not seeing it. See, not crazy. Going back to the robot poll, which canon robot would you bring to SS2? Like, you mean robots from older Fallout games? Or are you talking about, oh, in the beta discussion. Okay, sorry about that. Go to the, from older Fallout games or from something else in Fallout 4, like where we integrated into the SS system? I'm not sure what you're getting at. So if it's older robots, I don't remember enough of them to know. I mean, it would be, like the Yes Man robots are cool. Like some of the older robots from the other games are cool. If you mean a specific character, I don't remember enough of them. So I would not be able to answer that well. Okay, downloading the config.json. Let's see if I can get this in here. Let's see, config.json, close you. All right, so I need to go to, oh wait, it's in data. Oh, I've just got this sorted weird. Let's see, MCM, config, Workshop Plus. Let's replace that. I didn't know you could just hot load these. That's cool. Let's see, mod config. So right now, if you guys want, I'm trying to figure out, Illusion has a question about some feature of Workshop Plus that I just don't remember. Uh-oh. that deleted it. Was it a Workshop Framework and not Workshop Plus? That feature, it's just gone now. My Workshop Plus thing is gone after doing that. So, oh well, I can restore it from, I'm sure I can restore it from some other backup later, but that did not work, Illusion. It just destroyed my access to it. Maybe I do have to reload for it'll appear. Oh, it wasn't for WS Plus? Oh, for SS2. I have the latest for SS2. That's an SS2 feature? I thought you said it was a Workshop Plus feature. Where is the door system? I don't remember putting that in SS2, but maybe I did. Well, you guys would probably know better than I do. You play the mod more than I do. Yeah, I don't. I'll have to answer this another time, Illusion. I'm wasting too much time on it, and I have no idea what you're talking about anymore. Well, let's see here. Short win. Fun question. What programming language scares you? What programming language scares me? I mean, any of the super low level languages like and like any of the assembly stuff. Otherwise, like now at this point, the languages are all kind of bleed into each other, where they all feel pretty similar to each other whenever I pick up a new one. I do get really irritated with Python because I'm a tab over space guy, and they use spaces as a character, and I don't like that. So and everything is, there's Python so common now. Oh, Carvok, I didn't see you did another donation. Carvok, I integrate my build around plot choice. This is a good learning opportunity that I need to make sure more of the build looks right without the plots. Oh yeah, yeah, I'm just playing without add-on packs because I don't want to accidentally introduce more bugs when I'm, you know, not that add-on packs have a bunch of bugs or anything, but I'm just trying to, like, that's why I'm not playing even with Workshop Plus, is I want to make sure that there are no, when we find bugs while I'm playing, that I can fix them without having to troubleshoot my load order too. Let's see, Rui Fernandez, and I apologize if I don't know how to pronounce your first name. I love the way you made this mod. I just wanted to know if you guys pretend to update the RTC plans, because a lot of people aren't able to use them. Me included. Keep up the awesome work. No, I have talked about this. Updating the RTC plans is a giant pain in the butt. I don't know what the issues people are having with them. The only issue I'm aware of with them is the wiring doesn't work correctly, and that's a known issue that maybe I'll be able to fix one day, but updating ROTC is a giant pain in the butt, so that's why it doesn't get done. But if you guys have more details for me about what specifically is going wrong with them, other than the wiring, then I can maybe answer that question better. Not crazy. There was a poll on the forums to see what robots would people like to see come over. I was thinking Mr. Handy from Helios 1 to add a canon source to bring it in. Oh, I'm not familiar, so I'm kind of out of the loop on that robot project. Sirlock is managing that. He, you know, I've read some of his, like, we've gone over the content that he wants to do, but I didn't hear anything about older robots bringing in. As far as I knew, all the robot stuff that we've been talking about was not about adding new robots to the game. It was more about, yeah, I don't know the specifics of the poll that mentioned that, but like, we don't have the resources to bring in. I guess, I mean, theoretically, I guess we could do characters from the older ones, but they're not going to have the exact same voice necessarily. We would have to do our own version of the voices, so I unfortunately I don't know enough about the poll to answer that effectively. Mod Hunter 42, you didn't have WS Plus before. I did have it in my mod config. I was able to see it in there, and then I just deleted the config, and now it's gone because I was scrolling through the options trying to find the auto doors. Oh, you were trying to show me something unrelated to the auto door issue. Okay, well, I'm unfortunately lost. Nick Carter, does the GNN have a door activator to access vanilla GNN? Yeah, it should. Unless I broke it, but it did last I tested. Let's see. Snacky, is the world repop system going to be extended anytime soon, or even in Chapter 3? That's one of those things where so there's one person on our team who did the vast majority of the world repop, and she wanted to do more. She goes by No Fuss No Muss. And she wanted to do more to it, but first we got to finish up all of our story content. So it's one of those things where if she's still excited about it after we're done with the story stuff, if we still got time left, it'll happen before Chapter 3. Otherwise, a lot of that stuff, my hope was that somebody in the community who loved the system would go run with the tutorials I put up on there and help us flesh that out, and then I could merge it in. Because we've only got so many people on the core of the team, and what I've found is that my limited availability makes it that if I just keep so I've tried this in the past with development of just keep recruiting more and more people, and it ends up getting to a point where it's not sustainable for me. Like, I over recruit, and then I don't have enough bandwidth to keep people busy or to answer their questions in a timely manner, and then they get disinterested and leave. So like we're at like the capacity of my management abilities, given that this is a side hobby. Like, if this were my full-time job, you know, we could do way more stuff and I could have way more people involved, but for now I'm like I have to rely on the community to try and pull off some of that stuff. So if you love the world repop system and you want to learn how to do it, anybody could go start doing it. The tutorials are all available for how to do it, and I'd be happy to merge in more content to expand the system. Like, I'd love to see more to the world repop, but there's just a lot of time-consuming work that needs to be done before we can get there. And because our focus is we want to try and get the story for SS2 finished before Starfield comes out. Right now, that World Repop is not the core team's priority, but I'm happy to work with community members to try and expand that. Let's see. No trick. That smoke going through the road is a bit weird. Yeah, unfortunately, we can't control that. The game, that's smoke from the vanilla game, so like we just reused it, and they do not have particle collision built into this engine, so which is understandable. That's very expensive. So yeah, it goes through the geometry, unfortunately. Let's see. Oh, the illusion. The updated config JSON to make the gameplay page not so long. Interesting. I still don't know what you're talking about, but I am curious. Symptoms 2 gameplay. So, oh, does it like break down gameplay into multiple subcategories or something? Well, let's see. Gavman, door management options is in Workshop Framework. Ah, okay. That is in Workshop Framework. Thank you. Yeah, I always forget which stuff is in Workshop Framework, Workshop Plus. And now I'm curious about what's in Workshop Framework while we're talking about mod config stuff. Workshop Framework. Door. Oh, it's a whole section. Door management. If on, settlement doors can be figured to auto open and close behind the descriptions. Yeah, I do remember there was something with doors with NPCs and doors with the player. Like that rings a bell, the thing that Illusion was talking about, but it's been so long since I messed with that. Any of that, I just don't remember it. So unfortunately, I can't answer that right now. It would require, I'll have to dig into my code to find the answer for you. John Geddes, you could just put it in the robot's dialogue that it's a voice modulator that has been damaged, and that's why it sounds different. Yeah, I know we talked about with some of the voice stuff of we were talking about like we could probably get away with using what's that I can't remember the name of the program anymore. The VA Synth, the one that that was released like a year and a half, 2 years ago, that lets you use AI to generate new voice files, and it sounds a little bit janky still. I've talked with the creator quite a bit, and you know, he's made a lot of improvements, and it's definitely better than it was at launch. But to me, it's still there. It's still not there. It's not at the level of some of the deep fakes and stuff that you've seen out there. Like, because there can be pretty convincing audio generator from AI, which is a little bit terrifying. But the VA synth is not quite there. But we thought that for robots, you could do it, and it's like, oh, that's okay, because the robot voices already sound a little bit janky, and that's part of their charm. Is that we might be able to use VA synth for some of that. And then like that would need some sort of, you know, it's a damaged voice modulator or something. So yeah, we've talked about doing some more robot voice stuff. A1 Racer, let her know she did a great job on the repopulate system. It's great so far. I will. Yeah, I love all the house designs that are in there are great. There's 2 elements that we can, well, there's 3 elements actually we can expand on World Repop. So if you guys aren't familiar with World Repop, basically as your settlements succeed and you start getting surplus food, water, and power, it currently only really works in Concord. And basically, so the settlements surrounding Concord, let's bring up a map here. So it would be, so as usual, you guys know I like to use a 70K radius. So like the settlements like Red Rocket, Sanctuary, and actually I actually don't know if I used 70K for the World Repop. I might have used a smaller distance, but the Circle of Death here, Sanctuary, Red Rocket, Abernathy, I'm guessing Sunshine, Ten Pine, and Starlight as well. Those settlements, as those improve and have surplus, if they also have caravan services, they start to set off I want to think how to word this. They set off a system that's like undocumented, like, or it's like unexposed to you. There's a secret behind the scenes system that starts increasing this influence value, and the influence value determines how many people in the World Repop system can be supported by the surplus resources. And it's not a 1-to-1 ratio. It's not like 1 food supports 1 settler in Concord. It's a little more than that. I don't remember what the numbers are specifically, but over time, we can jump over there in a minute. Actually, we can do it now. We can come back to and do the final, because I think this is level 2 now, right? So Carbach, we can look at level 3 in a little bit, but we'll jump over here. I can show you some of the World Repop. But the World Repop has 3 elements to it. So one is there's these little invisible doors that we plant all over the world at these buildings, and we've planted them more than just Concord. But not enough of them to enable it in the other sections. So right now, Concord is the only settlement, or the only place that's registered, because we didn't finish enough of them. Like Cynical Bounce, our the artist that does all of our amazing concept art and did the writing for the Nightingale, likes to say yes to awful projects sometimes, and then sometimes I think she regrets it, and I think that was one of them. Doing the doors is very it's challenging. I'll just leave it at that, and it can be tedious. So this is one of the reasons that we only did Concord. It's one of those things where I would like to have it everywhere, but it's one of those things I don't want to like force that burden on anybody on the team. So that's why, again, why I'm hoping the community does it, because if the community doesn't do it, I'll do it, because I'll take on awful tasks, but I have to do those in priority. I have to focus on the stuff that's, you know, the bug fixes and like the stuff the team needs to do their work. That's what I focus on first before I take on the awful tasks. So putting these door markers in place, I'm trying to find one right now, is a little bit tedious and requires some testing and finagling and stuff. So that's one element of it, is putting the door markers so that SS2 knows which buildings are part of the world repop system. And for some reason I'm not finding any, although I know I've shown them on stream, so I know that there are some of them set up, but for whatever reason I'm not finding any right now. So the one part is placing those door markers. Then the next part is setting up designs, and I'm hoping to God I can find one here. I don't know what happened. Maybe I ran into a bug and it disabled the ones that I've already seen on camera. Actually, you know what? I remember where one specifically was. Let's run over to that and we'll see if it's there or not. Then I'll know if I bugged something out here. Because maybe I introduced a 2.10 bug that I'm gonna have to go fix tomorrow as well. The second part is doing the designs. So when you walk into the homes, when you walk through the door, there's the designs, and those actually need to be done. Okay, no, there's still one here. So for whatever, I was certain I had more, but maybe I'm imagining things. So so one part is setting the door markers here, and like for example, like see how this is clipped into here? Like that is one of the things that's required to test when setting up the door markers. So the somebody, I think it was Uwit, did the first placements, and he didn't know how all this stuff was going to work. So some of them he placed too far in, and it caused these lanterns to clip. So that's like one of the things that when we're placing the door markers, we got to be cognizant of. So that's one element of it. And then it's designing these interiors. So you come in here. So this is another element. And any part of this, anybody can do, and we can merge it in. So one is placing the door markers. Another, oops. Did I just get him to attack me? No, he didn't mind me stealing his dirty water. One is building out these designs. So like, you know, we did templates for the interior of all these buildings. We didn't do all of them. I think we did 12 or maybe a little more than that. We found the most common. So let's go back outside and I'll talk about this some more. This was a fun project because I really liked the idea of doing this, and then like coming up with the technical solutions for it that's like my favorite part of Fallout 4 modding is figuring out, you know, like come up with this idea, like, all right, how the hell are we going to implement this with the limitations of this game engine? So we found out that, see this exterior model right here, right? This model is used a ton of times all over the game world. What we did was we found the ones that were used more than 20 times, and we built templates for the inside. And I don't think we did all of them, but we did a large amount of them. And so the third part is building more templates. So there's a lot of these buildings around the Commonwealth where we don't have the interior template. So then designing new spaces like this becomes that much more difficult, because now not only do you got to decorate it, but you also got to like build a ceiling and build walls that roughly match the shape of the building. So we did a bunch of the templates. Well, I did a bunch of the templates, and then Nof took them and decorated them in a variety of ways. So there's kind of 3 elements to getting it. And if we get all of them done, we will get the goal of having the entire Commonwealth able to be repopulated. And that's the dream. And that's one of those things where we'll get it eventually. I just don't have a timeline on it. And if any of you wants to accelerate that timeline, the tutorials for World Repop are up on the wiki now. Anybody could jump in and start working on that. So that's the dream. That's one of the things I will see happen at some point in my Fallout 4 modding career. Hopefully sooner than later. And that's the goal. We want to have all these derelict buildings be able to be filled up with interesting cells, and hopefully it'll also we'll eventually see some people. I know there's at least one mod out there working on this, of like having some cells with unique characters in them where you can get quests and stuff. Carvok, walk over to the ship. All right, let's go back over to Finch. We're having fun showing off this settlement design. Let's see here. Snacky, I would love to do work on the world repop system, but like I don't have the mental capacity to program. Yeah, it's no programming required. And anybody else in chat can vouch for me that I wrote to running out of mental energy, I guess here. I ran out of coffee. That's what it is. Right out of my brain juice. The tutorials that I write are designed for people who have no former knowledge of SS2 or programming or anything. So the only thing you need to know is some real basics of the CK. And I have a tutorial series on my channel. It's called Bethesda Mod School. And if you go through like the first 3, you will know enough about the CK to help with the world repop. The illusion, it breaks them into 3 or 4 new pages. Ah, cool. I'll have to take a look at that. My goal was to try and I was more interested in keeping the MCM as close to the holotape as possible. So that way I can show MCM on camera, and then I know the holotape is broken out the same way. So that is why MCM is the way it is. But that could make a useful, like alternate download available of like, here's an alternate way to organize MCM. My concern would be like, I barely have time to keep MCM up to date. I don't want to have to commit to keeping a second file up to date too. Let's see. Totally Not Deacon. Were the tutorials for World Repop on the wiki or forums? They're on the wiki. It's one of those things that I never actually put into the downloadable toolkit on Nexus. Here, I'll bring it up on here. So, for those of you guys who have wanted to or considered doing add-on packs, the whole toolkit is available, and I actually keep this more up to date than I do the version that's on Nexus. So this is probably the preferred place to get it. But if you go to add-on toolkits and tutorials, I have a ton. Let's see, add-on toolkits tutorial. Here we go. Info on creating add-ons. There we go. So this section right here is just tons of information on how to make content for SS2. And I try and do it in a pretty structured way to where like so the most complicated thing to do are create building plans. And that ironically, that's like the most popular thing. That's for people to design. So not necessarily like it's the most popular thing for people to download as well. But despite it being, the most tutorials and the most work, that's what the most people have jumped on, which is awesome. So that's the most complicated, but most of the other stuff, if you jump down to topic series, you only need to read like 1 or 2 tutorials to add new stuff. So you can inject into the holiday system, the discovery system, the brewery, if you want to make new beers, the pet names, there's all sorts of stuff. And then here's the world repop. So the creating buildings is the most complicated. City plans is not the second most complicated, but it does have a lot of tutorials because you can go really in depth to it. But the world repop system here, there's all this different information on it, and I break down some of the stuff I said about how there being multiple levels to it. And if you just read through these, I try and make them easy to read, and they assume no knowledge. So I will put stuff in the tutorials that like a lot of people are like, well, no, duh. Like I'll specifically say like, go to this window, double click this thing. I assume no knowledge at any step. So literally anyone can go through, and if anybody ever finds a step in my tutorials where it's like, oh, you missed this step, I'll go edit it and fix it, because it's that important to me that there's no assumed knowledge in my tutorials. That's something I hate in other people's tutorials, when they like just gloss over some step where it's like, no, I don't know how to do that. The goal was for all these tutorials to anybody can pick them up, and as long as they have the basic understanding of the CK of like how do you load files and like what are the different windows, that you can do my tutorials. Carve out gas cell level tool. Okay, and you said walk over to the ship. Maybe I already did it because I was wandering around and I'm way behind on chat. Which ship are you talking about? Let's walk over to the ship. The detail you got in here is nuts. It's hey, we got a little tugboat here with some. I love the sound. I love the sound effects. Those are one of my favorite markers that we ended up adding. Oh, look at this. One of the dream features that I've never been able to add to the community and to SS in general was always to have people be able to design plots in the game and then export them. And like I have all the necessary pieces available. It's just like combining them all together is just going to be a massive project. And I think once we moved into the territory of making story mods, it like changed the math completely for me. It's like, oh, this takes so much longer than the way I modded SS1 that like I had to drop a lot of my dream projects. Oh, cool. We got the sanitation design. And I don't remember if this sanitation plot is themed with Nightingale stuff by default, or if it has a skin that detects if you've done the Nightingales. I can't remember. I know that we talked about that a lot. Tanuvia designed those, and we talked a lot about the Nightingale integration, but I don't remember how it goes. But anyway, the reason I brought up that plot stuff is like all of your guys' like really awesome city plans like this, you tend to end up creating little vignettes that would be perfect as building plans themselves, and it would be really cool if we had a way to export that, but I don't have the bandwidth. It would be one of those things where if there was like some other person who was really good at Papyrus wanted to get involved, I could kind of coach them through it, but I don't know if that's probably a pipe dream. I think it's the only other person I think who probably has the knowledge to do it, who's been involved enough in development, is Pra, and Pra has enough of his own projects to do that he's not going to want to take on some monster thing that I have given up on. Let's see here. Okay, so we can do the next upgrade too. Let's get this thing to level 3. We'll see if I can get let's see how bad my FPS tanks do. Choo-Choo1, could there be a game to make world repop cells in game like city plans that may expand interest? No, I don't think so. I don't think there'd be any way. Just because yeah, that would be, I can't think of any way to do that easily. Because the way, like all of the code for Workshop Framework that does the exporting is all tied to settlements explicitly, and recoding that would be nightmare fuel. I guess the way you could do it, Choo-Choo, technically would be if somebody turned some, made some interior cells that were settlements. Yeah, it would be a mess. I can't think of a great way to do that. Snacky, after the bishop arrives at CPD HQ, is that the end of the quest line for now? Is my game bugged because nothing is happening if she arrives? No, that's the end of the quest line. I think is technically when you take over HQ, and then I don't know how. So I've watched a few people play this, and the judge doesn't show up for them, and the judge hasn't shown up for me, but I haven't been back there yet. I should actually pop over there and see if the judge showed up for me yet. But yeah, there's nothing else in the questline after that. There's a lot of like random conversations that can happen between the NPCs, and you can do the bounties, but their turning them in is currently broken. I need to fix that. So, but yeah, that's effectively the end of the questline. It's setting up the CPD at their new HQ, and that's how it ends. So like the big thing with CPD, that's the two big things with it are, one is depending on who you side with, Lena or Simon, you kind of set the tone for them. And then you'll unlock, after this next patch, in Extended, you'll unlock some building plans so you can have some CPD officers wandering around your settlements. Not crazy. So has anyone found out what mod that King Kath did voice lines for? I remember something in his SS1 playthrough stream. Yeah, I'm not telling. Let's see here. The Illusion. I know of a program that can patch JSON files, so you could just create patches and then apply them to both JSON files. Let's see here. Stupid Horror Energy. Quite the username. You're the best. Really looking forward to SS2 Conqueror. Me too. I hope one day we can do the full Conqueror experience with Jammer's questline, because I think a lot of people avoided that questline out of fear for raiders, but I think they would be pleasantly surprised by that questline. It was really well written, and the voice acting was fantastic. So I would love if more people got a chance to experience it, and I think that if we ever got to finish it and market it as like, see Aiden on another path, I think that would spark a lot of interest where people would give it a shot, so more people could check it out. But we will, at bare minimum, we'll have the gameplay mechanics, which make up the majority of it, because the quest is quite long. Like it takes quite a while to play through it. What Conqueror really brought to the table was all the mechanics. Snacky, well, in that case, I might just do that, because I do like designing scrappy settlements and stuff, and that's how I spend most of my time in game. Nice. Yeah, I mean, anybody who wants to get in World Repop, that is one of those. That's one of the systems I added in the 2.0 patch that I think has the potential to match add-on packs in popularity if people wanted to go nuts with it. And so far, nobody's really taken up the torch. I know of one add-on author who has shown me work that they've been doing on it, and that's it. Like, I don't know of anybody else actively doing on it, so it's a potential spot for a lot of downloads if you released a pack of more content for the World Repop system. Karvok, if you ever did make it so plots could be made in game, I could release so many. Yeah, you're not the only one. I mean, I think there's a lot of good plot designs in everybody's city plans, even in our own. So like the Rise of the Commonwealth, there's a lot of our designers, when they were designing the markers where NPCs could use shops. So we have like these shop type markers. They ended up designing the equivalent of like level 3 stores that we could have turned into plot designs, which would have been really cool. Let's see, villain love. Not really a question, but I had a real rough week at uni and I'm feeling discouraged. Do you have any stories, words of encouragement, a challenge you overcome or something? Thanks. That's a good question. I'm always terrible at these. So these open-ended questions, like I suck at job interviews. Probably why I'm an independent contractor. Whenever people put me on the spot to ask me, like, tell me about a time you dealt with a difficult situation at work or whatever, I always draw blanks. I have trouble accessing the memories. I need like, I think I offload my memory to other people, so it's always tied to like specific triggers as opposed to being able to just pull it off the cuff from a question like that. Challenge you overcame or something. I'll think on it. If something comes to me, I'll share. But that is like the worst kind of question to ask me, just because my brain does not work well in that situation. Let's see here. If you want to throw me a more specific trigger, Valen, I might be able to help you out there. I might be able to give you some there. But words of encouragement wise, like I guess I would need to know what your problem is if you're struggling through your classes or anything. I mean, like, all I can say on if it's that, like, and you're just struggling to find the motivation to do studying or something like that, like, all I can say is with any type of big giant project, whatever it is, so it's, you know, like I can say modding or learning something new or whatever, if anytime I find that I'm unmotivated or like I feel like sometimes when I sit down to work on a project, I'll just get tired. Like I'll just be like, I would rather go to bed than work on this right now. I know that's a sign that that I haven't broken the project into small enough steps and I'm overwhelmed. And so I don't know where to start. And so then when I think about starting, then I just get sleepy and want to go lay down, or I want to like turn on Netflix, or I want to play a video game instead of working on that. It's usually because the scope of the problem, the way it's laid out for me right then, is too big and I need to shrink it. I need to break it into smaller pieces and get it to, and then, so like, for example, like when we sit down to do chapter 3, it's massive, like the amount of stuff we're going to be adding. So in order to mentally not get blocked, what I ended up doing is I created a Trello board. And if you haven't used Trello, it's a really cool program that lets you make multiple to-do lists and put them in columns, and you can drag the to-do list items around. It's really useful for team management, but it also can be used as like a mental map to just trying to like get crap out of your brain that's complicated and shrink it down into more manageable pieces. So then I took the chapter 3 stuff and I started just taking little chunks of it and be like, okay, well, what's the thing we want to have? Well, we need the main quest. So I wrote, you know, main quest, and then I wrote the number, because I knew how many quests were coming. I wrote a little card for each of those. Okay, that's that. Then it was like, look at the mechanics. Okay, well, we need to be able to have soldiers at a settlement. That's a little card. And I just started breaking it down, and now I have the project broken down into smaller pieces, and then I grab one of those pieces, and working on one of those little pieces, if I grab it and it feels intimidating, then it's like, okay, well, now I need to break that down more. So like, for example, I talk about let's something that I can break down. Let's say the pre-build system from Conqueror. If you guys aren't familiar with that, basically at the start of Conqueror, you would get a pop-up and it would ask you if you wanted to set up a bunch of settlements to use city plans before you even made it to the Commonwealth. So then when you emerge out of the vault, there's a bunch of cities built. Well, tackling that that's like, just if I just say I'm going to do that, that's too much. I can't handle that. So instead it would be, I would break the project down to be like, okay, let's set up the pop-up, like to ask the player if they want to do yes or no. Well, that's a simple thing. I can do that in 15 minutes. So then I break the task down into little chunks like that, where it's like something I can actionably do in 15, 20 minutes. Then all of a sudden it's like it's just a time commitment, right? Now it's no longer like finding motivation. It's like, well, I know exactly how to do that when I broke it down to those little chunks. That's how I tackle big things when I'm feeling discouraged or feeling like I can't handle it, is I just look at it and just break it into little tiny pieces. And eventually you get it to such small pieces that it's literally just like, all right, well, now it's just like, just do the thing. Like, just, you know, it's the Nike thing. It's just do it. Just like make yourself go do it. But at least once you get past that feeling of overwhelmingness from not understanding the scope of or like, you know, not knowing where to start, like that to me that was like one of the biggest game changers in my life, where it went from being able to only complete parts of projects to being able to complete and commit to massive projects. Was like I got to understanding that part of my psychology. And I think it's everybody's. I don't think that's unique to me. I think we all do that. when we have something where we don't know where to start, that you just kind of shut it out. You just like, your brain shuts down and you just don't want to deal with it. So I don't know if that helped or not, Villain, but I'm still way behind in chat, so maybe you'll send a second message by now. Let's see here. No Trick, thank you for making one of my favorite games infinitely replayable. Still waiting for an Australian character lost in the Commonwealth. Did you ever, Not Trick, did you ever play Franktown versus Rontown? There are, from SS1, it's not available on SS2, and I don't think I'll port it. Maybe I will, we'll see. There are 2 Australian characters in there. Let's see, Choo Choo 1. Will CPD and Nightingales get more story content? I could see Nightingales getting helpful for C3 war mechanics. CPD, I doubt it. Maybe, I doubt it very much, but Nightingales are 100% going to get a little bit of content because they are, because Cassandra is part of HQ, right? So, like, we always can pull from those characters for story beats and whatnot. So I think Nightingales are getting a little more content. CPD, very unlikely. CPD, so the CPD was never directly part of the main quest line. It was always, so CPD was actually part of a series of like 6 or 7 factions we wanted to do. And it was just the only one that made it all the way to completion. So we had recruited somebody else to work on a second faction. And they didn't have the bandwidth to do what we wanted from them, so they bailed on it, and then we didn't have the bandwidth to like go. Like I said, there's a management cost of like, it takes a lot of time to work with more people, and we just got to a point where it's like we don't have time to go recruit another person and it was like we were already pushing the limit of what we could pull off in the timeline we did for Chapter 2, and so CPD was meant to be a series of factions that were not part of the main quest and that weren't. You know, they would have minor touchings in the sense that, like, you know, like the CPD that can join you on the assault. They have stuff like that, but were never meant to be part of the main quest. And yeah, so CPD is very deep and whatnot, and you know, I can see wanting more content, and it probably feels like it should because it's kind of its own. It's the only big chunk of Chapter 2 that's not getting it, but there was meant to be a bunch of chunks like that where they felt just like it's supposed to be similar to how there's all the unique settlers coming to your settlements as people being attracted to the work you're doing as the player and rebuilding the Commonwealth. You're attracting interesting people. It was kind of that at a faction level is what we were trying to do, and the Nightingales was always part of the plan for the main quest because of HQ, because we knew we wanted to have the medical system as a big part of it, and then the CPD were just the only other one that ended up getting created that was part of a group of, I can't remember all of them. There was one of them was there's like glimpses of some of them. So like there's a courier that comes to talk to you for a quest for Old Paul, and he was gonna be part of a faction of where you could set up, where a faction of couriers would set up. I don't remember the other ones, but there was like 6 or 7 of them. Some of them might still make it into Chapter 3. It's on the stretch goal content of like, there's all these little sub factions that we'd still love to have because they're fun to do. But basically at this point, what we learned with Chapter 2 development is like, we can't stretch ourselves too thin chasing width, like making our mod broad. We got to focus on going deep and making our main quest super memorable and reactive. So but that's another thing. Somebody asked me earlier, we talked about, you know, if Starfield gets delayed, what are some of the things you might do? That's the type of stuff that, you know, that type of stuff that's probably getting cut might make it suddenly back onto the docket. John Geddes, does the repop system require creating NPCs and inhabitants as well as the inner cells of the buildings? No, you just have to basically take one of our, you can, like, so for example, the simplest way to engage in the world repop, if you wanted to do I think the simplest way would be adding the doors. I know I talked about that it's tedious work, and that's mostly just because testing it is kind of a pain in the butt, but it's like super easy work. It's just tedious. But the easiest thing to do that's not tedious is we have a bunch of buildings that we design shells for, and you can just clone those cells and just go in and decorate them. And then there's like a little bit of CK work you have to do to register your cell with SS2, and then the NPCs are handled by SS2. All the AI is handled by them. All of the faction stuff's handled by them. Like, all you have to worry about is decorating and then doing some very minor technical stuff. That's you walk through the steps on the tutorial to do it. So if you have if you can make a settlement, like if you have the eye to design a settlement, you can definitely design a world repop cell. It's super easy. All right, wow, my chat's so far behind. Chuck Boris, I made the mistake of building in Red Rocket and Sanctuary at the same time, and now my game crashes whenever I enter either settlement. Any suggestions? Yes, I have a solution for this. Especially if you're on Xbox, I have less of a solution for you. If you're on PC, then you have some solutions available. Oh, it finally ended. Okay, let's wait till City Plan comes back up, then I'll show you the option. I can't remember if it's in the MCM menu. This one might be a holotape only. Give me a second until this loads up and I'll tell you. But I added some stuff to Workshop Framework to try and remote salvage a settlement. And it doesn't really salvage it. It'll like basically you can try and nuke your power grid. So 90% of the time when you're getting a settlement crash, it's actually because of your power grid being corrupt. So like we talk about the triangle of death and causing crashing. What I find the triangle of death less than crashing actually just causes massive frame rate issues. All right, let's check and see if this is in the MCM menu. I don't recall. It might be only in the holotape. So let's see. Workshop Framework, Tools. Oops, not Advanced Tools. Tools. Okay, here they are. So, oh yeah, no, that's only... Oh, here it is. Here it is. Yeah, Remote Settlement Recovery menu. So go into your Workshop Framework. This is available in the holotape as well if you don't have MCM. And you can craft that holotape at a chemistry workbench. And you run this thing, and if I exit out of here, it should pop up. Whoops. It closed again. So it pops up with a list of your settlements. So what this will let you do is you can try to clean up the power grid remotely on a settlement. Now, what I would do is get as close as you can without crashing before running this. In theory, you can run this anywhere in the world and it should work. But knowing the way this engine works, it probably works better if the settlement is close to being loaded. So we're going to go Remote Settlement Recovery menu, then we exit out of here, and now we get this. And then we pick a settlement. So grab Coastal Cottage, view recovery options, confirm. And now you can set it to scan the power grid, which will dump information to a log file about it. So that's more of that's for more technical savvy users or people who are trying to like learn some more. That'll dump the information about it. You can try repairing. This is what I would do, is do them in order. Start with repair power grid, test, see if it worked. If not, reload the save, then try destroy power grid. And then this is your nuclear option, reset location. This one's actually available on Xbox. Just try it like that and see if any of those fix the crashing for you. It's not guaranteed, but it's a good, it works for a lot of the crashes I find are power grid related. And if you have F4SC, you'll have all those options. If you're on Xbox, technically resetting the location should nuke the grid as well. So, but if it's not a grid issue, if it's like just you have too many textures loaded in the area, then the reset location might work. Because what reset location will end up doing on it when it's run on a settlement is it'll end up deleting a lot of the items there. It won't get rid of everything, but it'll get rid of a lot of them. Any of them that aren't persisted. So plots are all persisted, so those won't get removed. But like a lot of random items you build that aren't providing benefits. So like, you know, if you build like a chair or a bed or whatever, like those, or I guess a bed would, if you build like random furniture or decorations, those should all get deleted when you reset the location. So that should reduce the load on your settlements. So I would try that. Try it on the settlement you care the least about first, because most likely what's going to, after you do all that, I mean, if you're able to do it with F4SC and just repair the power grid and that works, then you're fine. But if you have to do the reset location, you know, effectively your settlement is toast. So like you'll be able to keep building there in the future, but whatever you had there is going to be all messed up. But better a messed up settlement than a crashing settlement. That's the way I look at it. Shady Side Beast, can Jake destroy a planet with one punch? Well, you'll have to wait and see in chapter 3 because we'll reveal a lot more of his backstory. Choo-choo on that advice for big projects is actually helpful to me. Thanks. Yeah, that's one. That's I can't remember where I got that originally. I know I've heard Elon Musk say it, and that dude does a lot of big projects. So, but I don't remember if I learned it, if I heard it from him first, or if I had heard it before from somebody else, and then like when he heard it, it was just when I heard him say it, it just like I remembered that of like, oh wow, if he's doing it, then there must be some legitimacy to it, because there's very few other people in the world who have that many successful tech startups. Let's see here. Scrolling on down. Choo-choo one, I noticed Nuka World Raider settlers are not HQ recruitable. Is that by design? Yeah, Yagi actually asked about that as well. That's not by design. That's probably just some oversight. There's probably something in the conditions I have with the HQ dialogue that don't mesh well with the Nuka World Raider, so I just need to try it. I asked Yagi for this, and he didn't have it. Maybe you do, Choo-choo. If somebody has, or anybody, if any of you has a save file, like if you've been playing Nuka World, you got a save file that also happens to be at HQ, in SS2, and you're not playing with a ton of other mods, like you have like a very small load order, if you want to send me that save, I could probably figure it out pretty quickly. But without a save file, it's going to be I'm going to have to build one myself, and that's going to take a while. So, more likely to happen if somebody sends me a save in that state. Choo-choo on, so I'm hearing we need to delay Starfield. Yeah, I think a lot of people on the team would love if Starfield got delayed, because I'm using that as our rallying cry to get the mod, to get Chapter 3 done sooner, even though it's a massive scope thing. I know we can do it. We pulled off Chapter 2 in under a year. And technically it didn't release for after a year, but we were mostly done. Or we didn't start working on it right away after SS2 release. I think we started it in January, February of last year, and then so it was done in under a year. And I think Chapter 3 is going to have similar amount of content. Like, it's more focused on the main quest, less, there's not a Concord, there's not like a CPD equivalent. So but that same amount of work will go into the main quest. So I think we can, I know we can pull it off, but there is a lot of that CPD style Concord type content that's going to end up getting the axe on our plans, because we're racing Starfield. Let's see. Velen, uni is pushing in-person classes. I'm immunocompromised. Oh, yeah, that's a bummer. Neither my professors nor the Student Disability Services care. It's discouraging. That's shocking, especially with how much everybody just dealt with COVID, that you'd think that, oh, I just said a bad word. I'm probably going to get flagged now. I watched a YouTube video recently where I don't remember what the guy, he called it the cerveza disease or something, just to avoid getting struck. Isn't that so stupid that we have to censor ourselves to talk about world events because of stuff like that? So ridiculous. Anyway, that's beside the point, but that's a bummer. So you're having trouble with in-person classes. Well, I don't know how to give you any encouragement in that regard. That's just people sucking, I guess, that they're not willing to help you out there. I would think that it would be everybody's got the capacity now to support remote stuff now. I am definitely an advocate of in-person things being valuable. I think this idea of everybody going to remote work permanently is not tenable. I don't think classes for everybody remotely makes sense. But for cases like yours, that's totally reasonable, because there is a lot gained from in-person, especially with work. I don't know as much about school. I know for kids, for school, there's tons of research on it already of how important it is in person, and how much was lost over the pandemic of kids being remote, of what a problem that's going to cause, what a stunt in their learning. But for work, there's just a lot of collaboration and camaraderie that you can't replace remotely. But yeah, for a situation like yours, that's such a bummer. Sorry to hear that. So I don't know how to encourage you in that regard, other than to say keep hammering at them. Go threaten a lawsuit or something. Go find a disability group. I bet you can find a nonprofit that would help you change their minds. Or attack them with a social media mob. There's probably ways you can get them to relent, especially because you know that they have the capacity. They were doing remote learning for everybody for a year and a half, or if not longer. Let's see. Oh, here we go. Got another message to unhide. I don't know why. Some of the stuff. Oh, you said A1 Racer. Use the word ass, and YouTube flagged that. Apparently, I had to unhide one of your messages. Villain Love. I went to classes yesterday, and I was shoulder to shoulder with 300 students in these massive lecture halls, and I'm just supposed to learn what to live with it. The lecture hall learning is so dumb. I don't know why we still do that. That at that point, those should just be YouTube videos. Why are people coming in to do the lectures? Since you're not getting any one-on-one time. The only handful of people are going to get their questions answered, and they could all do those via email. Yeah, the lecture learning at college never made any sense to me. I don't know. I love that there's a lot of big schools. Harvard does. I think Harvard does some. Stanford does some. MIT does some, where you can watch just publicly. They've just released some of their lecture classes online for free. People can go watch them. Chuck Boris, it's probably textures, to be honest. Okay, well, try the settlement recovery and see how it works. Maybe you'll get lucky. Let's see. Chuck Boris, I think my Sanctuary settlement is just too big for my little potato console. Oh, you're on console. Yeah, you can. So the reset location is available on console. You will just need to go craft the Workshop Framework holotape. Let's see. Snacky, will the Museum of Freedom become part of the Concord repop system, or is that something we'll be able to do? That's one of those like dream projects that would like be part of a chapter 4 if we did it. So I always, we've talked about multiple times in multiple different situations. In fact, there's a little bit of HQ set aside for it that I doubt is ever going to come to fruition, but it was one of those like, oh, that would be really, we should really do that. It would be really cool. We always thought it would be cool to do, you know, nothing as in depth as Legacy of the Dragonborn for Skyrim. And if you're not familiar with that, it's basically like you end up creating a museum of all the cool stuff you can do in Skyrim. But like having a museum to show off the player's accomplishments in the game would be really cool. And the obvious place to do that is to hijack the Museum of Freedom cell. We could have a curator move in and have them want to do that. And it's come up multiple times. As long as I'd say over the last few years, I'd say on the Some Settlements team, it's had serious discussion at least 3 different times, by different and brought up by different people of doing a museum that shows off the player's accomplishments. But I know how much work it would be. And given that we've decided to focus our efforts more, because making quest mods is really freaking hard. I don't think that's ever going to happen, but that would be an awesome project. Like I think that a Museum of Freedom takeover could be a mod of itself for sure. And then, you know, tying it into Concord and having references and stuff, like I'd be happy to work with another mod author on doing something like that if they wanted. You know, we could probably get Tom to record a couple lines for Jake. Oh, did you see that? You know, did you meet so-and-so over at the museum? They're trying to rebuild it. And like that could be a really awesome mod if somebody wanted to pursue it. Carvak, I would love to see you walk to the player home on top. Sure, I can do that.
You have some sort of medical problem here, or are you just yanking my chain?
I got nothing. Go, leave me alone. Although I'm not going to walk to it, I'm going to TCL to it because I don't remember how to walk up there. Up and away. Let's go look at the player home of this place. Not that. That's a plot. Let's see. Is it here? Nope, that's a bar. Hey, it must be in here. Let's see. TCL. Let's check out the player home in Carvox level C3. Oh, poor dog meat. Oh, that's a snazzy trailer. Oh, and get some stim packs. I like that we accidentally ended up with a bunch of lootable stuff in the toolkit, in the Wasteland Reconstruction Kit. I think part of that was, I don't know if it was intentional or if it was that Strong, who designed it, just didn't care about that part. It was just like, I just want those models, and the ones that he ended up giving us had lootable. But I actually think it's cool to be able to loot stuff in settlements, even though technically you could go refresh and then you get a bunch of stuff. But I think everybody knows that refreshing a city plan is kind of bad news. Like if you have to refresh a city plan, you're probably going to be in a world of hurt script wise. So I don't think a lot of people do it anyway. So I think it's great that you can loot stuff from here. This is a nice little pad you got set up here. I think that's the player home. If I'm wrong, just tag me again, Carbark, and I'll get to your message in 20 minutes when I finally catch up. Choo-Choo1, would you using the cheat tape to unlock HQ, then going to do Nuka World work for a save? It should. I know that the cheat holotape, man, there's so many, the cheat holotape is one of those things like I absolutely need for development. It's something I love to have for you guys as players, but man, is it hard to upkeep. Because every time we fix a bug in one of the quests, like there's a potential that the cheat holotape needs to be fixed as well. So like that's going to be one of those. So there's a good chance it will work, but it's been a while since I've tested a skip to HQ, so there might be some bugs, unknown bugs. I know there's at least one bug that one of the testers reported with a skip command. I haven't had a chance to deal with it, but I don't know if the HQ stuff would be impacted. So you could try it, Choo-Choo. That'd be great. Snacky, online school for me. I was in year 7 and 8, and I barely did any work, bro. Yeah, my nieces and nephews were doing remote learning when the big disease kicked off at first, and it was such a waste of time. My sister pulled them out of school and started doing homeschooling because she said they were just learning nothing, and it was the teacher didn't have control. Like the teacher didn't know what they were doing with remote learning, so just a train wreck. That was for grade school and high school, so not nothing like college or anything, but still there's yeah, there's a lot of research on what a bad idea that was. Not some people are very passionate about the fact that it was whether it was worth it or not to save lives. I'm just saying remote learning for school age kids is not necessarily a great idea. Not crazy. Can we get an option to send Jake and Aiden to a settlement with a boxing ring, rushing about to work out their issues with each other? Wink, wink. I don't know where the I know we talked a lot about their relationship in the storyline planning and stuff. I don't know if I think it only improves from here in chapter 3, but I don't. I'm not like the Sir Rick, who's working on the storyline, is still hard at work on that. I couldn't tell you the arc they follow. I know that that Aiden is supposed to be like, Jake rubs off on Aiden over time, of like that Aiden slowly, and you can see it as you play through the quest line, especially if you pass the charisma checks, that Aiden kind of eases up on being the blunt dickhead to you, and occasionally will give a little more information and whatnot. And I think that if anything, we'll see that Jake starts to rub off positively, because Aiden's not a complete pessimist. Like, he'll see that the player's making progress and things are working out, and that's eventually got to turn his mood. Because I think a lot of Aiden's backstory that makes him so grumpy, like, obviously he's straight to the point guy as part of his personality, but as far as him being pissed off all the time, part of it comes from he's just remembering what happened with the Minutemen and feeling probably some guilt about it and whatnot. And eventually, as the player starts to successfully defeat the Gunners and whatnot, that he's got to start dropping some of that negativity. Honda, good morning from Sweden. Thank you a billion times for creating the utterly fantastic and amazing Sim Settlements. Well, thank you for the high praise. Thank you for playing it. Like, if everybody didn't jump on and start playing the mod and shower me and the rest of the team with praise over the years, we would have gotten bored of it. It's a little bit vain, but there's a certain amount of wanting to know that people care about your work to inspire you to keep going on it. So, thank you. D5, or I guess D Studios, D5 Studios. I think it's supposed to be D Studios. What is your workflow for the CK? Do you use the FCF Force Close Files and HLP Hotload plugin to keep from having to jump from the CK to the game? No, I don't use I tried using that for a while, and I just wasn't having good luck. So my workflow is, I have 2 copies of the game installed. I have one that I work on the plugins, and then one that I play out of, and I'll keep the CK open in perpetuity. I'll make my changes, and then I copy paste the new plugin into my play directory, and then I pop open the game, check it, crash out, go back, and then I can sometimes I'll stay, I never close the CK, basically. I leave it open in perpetuity, like, except when I'm streaming, because it hogs a lot of bandwidth. But when I'm working on the mod, or even when I'm not, if I'm not playing another video game, or if I'm not playing a video game actively, I leave the CK open all the time because it takes so long to load. And then, like I said, I keep 2 copies of the game installed. It's really easy to do that if you're not sure how to do it. If you take your Fallout 4 install and just change the name of it, and then you go into Steam and verify the files, it'll think that all the files are gone. It'll just reinstall back to the Fallout 4 directory, and then you end up with 2 copies. And so then you can open the creationkit.exe directly instead of through the shortcut, and that will let you launch the CK, and then you can run that out of one directory, so that way you have a separate data folder with just the mods you're working on. That's one of the reasons, or one of my solutions for the problem with mod managers, of them like juggling your files all over the place, is like, now not only do I not use mod managers, but I keep all of my working stuff in a total separate data directory. And then I'll just copy paste the files into my play directory and pop open the game. So that is my workflow. Let's see here. Starmonk, just make it a room for HQ. Well, now I don't know what we're talking about anymore because I'm so far behind on chat. Let's see here. Discmaster, been meaning to ask about how often should I rebuild my patch? Maybe on the feature releases like 2.1.x. I don't remember which patch is yours, but yeah, that's probably pretty reasonable. The major patches, there'll probably only be maybe 3 of them between now and chapter 3 of the big ones. Otherwise, it'll be pretty much bi-weekly patches of the 2.x, and then at some point in the summer, we'll shut down patches again like we did last year, so that we can focus fire down the rest of the mod. So I don't know. I have no idea what our trajectory is. Like I said many times, our only goal internally is, like, come hell or high water, we want to beat Starfield to market, so that we have a reasonable player base. Because if you guys ever, if you go look up Steam player history on games, and like look at the drop in players to the previous Bethesda games each time a new one comes out, it's crazy. So we want, with all the work we're putting in, we want as many people as possible to play the game. And I think it'll be, for a lot of people, it'll be a nice, like, final farewell to Fallout 4 before they move on to Starfield, would be to come in and do one last playthrough with some new quest content with our favorite voice actor Tom, giving us some more Jake awesomeness. Let's see. Aiden is an amazing voice actor. Was he expensive? We do not pay any of our voice actors because it causes all sorts of problems. So there's a lot of our voice actors who are unionized, and they're not, like, it causes a lot of problems for them if it's found out that they're doing paid work not at union rates, and we can't afford union rates. Like, we could afford to pay a little bit thanks to you guys on Patreon, but yeah, we don't pay our voice actors. But yeah, the Aiden's voice actor is pro. He's I don't know a lot of the stuff he's done, but his real name is River. You can find his, I don't remember his last name. I don't know how to say it. It's Kanoff, but I don't know if that's how you say it. You can find him in the credits section on our wiki, and if you look up his name, he's done some dubbing for some anime for the American version. So he's pro. But if he happens to be watching, he has watched in the past, he could answer that. But go look up his name, you'll find out. Yeah, there's a couple of voice actors who've worked on the project who are, this is just their career. They're professional voice actors, and they've been so kind to do the stuff for this project pro bono. Carvok, that is the home. Everything up here aside from the agility plot is all for the player. Oh, this is all player home stuff. So that's a player bar. Okay, yeah, it looked a little bit, I was like, this looks like the open bar, but different decorations. But I forgot we added all of the buildings so that you can build them manually in the Wasteland Reconstruction Kit. See, Chuchuan, speaking of Wasteland Reconstruction Kit, some of the people in the Builders Discord wanted to know about getting more vanilla items added to WRK and a chance of it getting an update. So that project was Strong's baby, and Strong is, I don't want to talk about personal information of Strong, but Strong has a lot of personal stuff going on, and I don't know if he's ever going to have the bandwidth enough again to do more on that, and nobody else on the team has the bandwidth for it. So it would require somebody else kind of joining up. I know the only person I can think of off the cuff that would has the capacity to do it, knows all the stuff, would be Whisper, but I know Whisper's currently on break from Fallout 4, so I don't have anybody in mind who could add that stuff. But I'm open to the idea of adding more to it, but just we would need somebody to take that project on. Let's see, Snacky, will NK become a part of SS2? Will it become a settlement or anything? Or do you not like doing things that require DLCs? NK, I don't know what that is, but we don't do a lot of stuff with the DLCs because of technical reasons. So each DLC or each parent we add to the mod increases the load time of the CK significantly, especially when we have version control. Like right now with version control, I think it takes about 8 minutes to load the CK. And for anybody who uses the CK knows that occasionally it crashes and you gotta wait for it to load again. And that's a pretty demoralizing moment. Like waiting 8 minutes when you're on a roll sucks. It really breaks your flow when you're working on stuff. And then not only that, but in order to load all the DLC and still do world reference, put stuff in the world, which we do a lot of now for story mods, you have to do all these hacks to it, like the Cascadia, and I'm trying to remember the other team, but Cascadia for sure had talked about this, that they had to create versions of the DLC that are gutted of most of their content in order for the CK to load correctly and let them do everything. And that just sounds awful. I just don't want to deal with that. So we've just opted to, originally we were always opting not to include the DLC because I didn't want to have DLC dependencies. I wanted to be able, anybody who bought Fallout 4 to be able to play it. Now the game's so old, I'm past that. That's why we have Automatron as a requirement for Chapter 2. I'm no longer concerned with that. You can buy a Game of the Year edition with all the mods, often on sale for $20. So the game's old enough now where I'm not worried about people not having the DLC. People who are still playing this game probably have the DLC, right? Because you like the game enough to play it. What, 7 years later? It's 7 years old now, or 6.5 years old? I'm not worried about that, but there's technical restraints now. So yeah, anything outside of Automatron, we're not going to do much integration with. Carvac was very happy that I was able to make that trailer look so cool. There's more up here. Have a look. All right, I can do another quick little tour. The bar is cool. We got some Nuka-Cola mixing stations. So if you're wondering, so one of the things with this city plan, we opened up with the Season 3 to people are allowed to use DLC for that exact reason. That was just at this point, we figure most players still engaged with Fallout 4 have the DLC, so there's no reason not to allow them to use it. Creation Club, we still have we don't allow in the thing because that's a pretty contentious issue. A lot of people just despise Creation Club, so we don't want to force that down people's throats. Chuck Boris, I reset Sanctuary with the Workshop holotape. Does it break the settlers too? It's not easy to move them because there is a ton. I am uncertain, so I didn't do a ton of testing with it other than I confirmed that it was able to. It's like I would call that an experimental feature. Like, and I think it warns you about like, hey, this is kind of the nuclear option when you go to use it. So I did a little bit of testing to know that it was able to fix some crashing some folks had, and that was worth it enough to me, because it was like, even if you lost some settlers, again, being able to access areas of the game without crashing is more important than any of that. Discmaster PRP SS2. Oh man, yeah, see how far behind I'm on chat? That was a while ago we talked about that. Let's see, Snacky, how hard is it to program in general? Because I feel like having a short attention span isn't good for programming. No, it definitely is not. It depends on the type of programming you're doing. Like basic scripting is pretty easy. I think anybody can pick it up. In fact, I have like a hour-long Papyrus tutorial on my Bethesda mod school. But like when you get into in-depth solving problems, I mean, sometimes like when I'm trying to program like if you get into big systems, like sometimes before you can even put any code to paper, you've got to spend, you know, like multiple hours just wrapping your head around a problem. And obviously that does not go well with short attention span. So yeah, programming, not great for people with short attention spans. Though, I mean, I think that's any tough project, any like big project, you're not going to be able to do until you get your attention under control. But sometimes when you find the right thing that that excites you, you'll get past it. But I am a strong believer in, discipline is greater than inspiration. Like if people who are like artists who rely only on inspiration tend to create very little final product. And then the people who are disciplined to know themselves, to know that, you know what, I just got to like force myself to sit down and start writing or start programming or start painting or whatever it is. Those are the folks who actually end up creating a lot of stuff. Because it tends to be, you'll find a lot of YouTube videos, like inspirational speakers who can say this better than I can. And a lot of professional speakers have gone over this same thing, that the biggest hurdle to like getting stuff done is getting past the initial, your mind's initial resistance. So, you know, I talked about that earlier of like, sometimes I go to sit down to do stuff and I just feel sleepy, and I know that that's your mental resistance to like not wanting to do something that's hard. But usually like if it's something that's within your wheelhouse, like you're doing something that's not too hard, but like, you know, just hard enough where it's interesting. Once you force yourself past that initial mental resistance and you get engaged with what you're working on, like you see yourself making progress or whatever, then that feeling melts away, and then you just can get sucked into it, and then you'll make a lot of progress. So it's always that initial hurdle of fighting your own mental resistance to get things moving. I don't know if that answers your question or if that's anything, but just more thinking on the stuff I was talking about with Velen got me thinking about that, of like it's really hard to do hard. I mean, it's hard to do hard things is what I was about to say, but like there's just like a lot of little tricks you can pick up to get past the mental barriers to doing hard things. Chuck Boris, I don't know if you remember this from an old stream, but still holding out hope for DJ King Gath. Oh yeah, I remember that. That gets brought up often. Yeah, I'm still hesitant about doing anything like that. So the one thing I think I talked about this on the stream in the past. I did think maybe it was even last week. I did think of a way where I would be okay to get myself in mods, and that would be in other games. Like I think I'd be fine with my voice in Skyrim. Unfortunately, I don't do, you know, I'm sure whatever I did for an accent to fit in Skyrim would be awful. Like I'm not an accent guy. I can do a lot of crazy voices because I don't know why I always just love doing cartoony voices. You guys won't hear any of them on stream from me. I'm not about to go into that, but I love doing them for my kids. So I can make up wacky voices, but I don't think I could do accents right. I think I would do like really bad versions of, you know, like the British accents that they have for the characters in there. Because I don't think anybody has just like a straight American accent in Skyrim, right? Everybody has some form of British accent or whatever. Maybe I'm remembering it correctly. I mean, I guess other than the Khajiit have their own unique accent. Choo-choo on DJ KG Wen. Let's see. Snacky, I meant NW Nuka World, because having a massive ass settlement in the main section of Nuka World would be sick. There's enough other mods already that do Nuka World, add more settlements to Nuka World, and all of the SS2 systems will support any settlements in DLC or mods or whatever, as long as they're built to the normal standards. So like I'm sure there are some mod authors added settlements that don't work with SS2, but all the DLC ones work fine. So you can still use. So if somebody built, and I know there's people who have done more settlements in Nuka World correctly where they will work with SS2. Let's see. Carvok, walk about and look down some really cool views. Also at this level it has a garden for the Mistfinch. Oh, interesting. Let's see here. Well, I'm not, and if you guys want to see more, oh god, ooh, I didn't die. If you guys want to see more of the settlement in depth, Carvok has a great tour of the level 3 on my YouTube channel. It is in the last voting vid. There will be links below, so you guys can get a better tour from him, because I'm obviously doing a poor job of it. Let's see. Choo Choo One nukes when. Yeah, that's one of those. Yeah, that's one of those dream features that I know how to do, and it's just going to be time consuming, and I don't know when. But I want it. I want it real bad. I want players to be able to build a 3x3 Marshall plot that can launch nuclear missiles. That would be so satisfying. Let's see. Choo Choo One, how hard would it be to update a Wasteland Reconstruction Kit? Like from CK side, is it very involved or just tedious? It is just tedious. Because the part that makes it tedious and why we don't do it often, and we actually have we created some Xedit scripts to help with it, is in the CK, loading up some of the screens is horribly slow. So Xedit actually makes this way less painful. But if the constructible item records, which you can learn how to do those from, and I think you already know, Choo Choo, I think you've got a few mods out, and you've gone through my tutorials, but, making the constructible records, that screen takes forever to load. So we tend to not do it in the CK. We do it in Xedit instead to do WRK updates. And then sometimes what I had for Strong to do so that we could get, cause we have 10, like, what is it? What how many items did I say are in the WRK? Like 15,000 or something. We didn't do all that manually. We did it with Xedit scripts. So the hardest part is like getting all the categories set up correctly and getting constructible records. If it's just, if you guys just had like a list of 15 or 20 items, like that wouldn't be hard to do at all. And you can absolutely just update it with the knowledge you already have, Choo Choo, and I'd be happy to release it as part of it, as a proper update. I just know I don't have the time to deal. I don't have time to put that on my plate right now. Carvok, when I'm building a city plan and I know what I want it to look, at, and I know what it will take, and then I go do something different in the plan. Sometimes like when you're creating and stuff, like inspiration will strike you midway through and you'll realize that you could have gone a different way. I have that a lot with SS2's design. Like we design it up front on paper in a certain way, and then once we start getting it working and we play it, we massage it like, oh no, this is the direction we need to chase. Like Concord came about that way. So the whole world repop system was something I always wanted, but I wasn't going to pursue anytime soon because I have a million ideas. But when Sir Rick wrote in the power thing to Concord for chapter 1, like, and I actually saw it play out for the first time, it like captured my imagination. I'm like, this is so awesome. We need to like expand on this. Like, let's make it so that after the power comes on, people start moving in there. Because it feels like, that's that feel of rebuilding the Commonwealth beyond the settlements. Like the settlements always kind of take on the role of the feel of rebuilding the Commonwealth, right? Like we've now expanded beyond that. We've got Concord and we've got the CPD presence and the Nightingales taking over the hospital, and that gives you more of that feel. But before that, we didn't have anything outside the settlements as rebuilding in chapter 1. And so the world repop like kind of made it into the 2.0 patch and made it into the world because I was inspired by something that happened in chapter 1 writing. So I definitely feel that. Sometimes you have a plan and then a new plan reveals itself. Fell in love. It's hard to do hard things. Yeah, 2022. Nuke Cell. Is there any plan to update the HQ UI to add more information or direct the player a little more after the tutorial? It was somewhat confusing. Yeah, definitely. I'm going to do like an HQ 2.0 patch where we'll add a lot of the cut features. And then there's some ideas. The biggest thing I think we need to do for HQ to make it less confusing is have an easier way to find which rooms have which options available. So Like right now, when you get told to build living quarters, you have to just go sit there and like go try cleaning each room, wait for the pop-up and see if it has one. So ideally it would be something like an interface where you could select the type of room you want, and then it would tell you, then it would show you an interface with each, you know, a list of the rooms that have that, and then you could pick one and then start a cleaning project from there. You like kind of do it in reverse. That would be an ideal, like that's the type of user interface I want to add to it, because we're always limited in what we can do with user interaction, just because the engine doesn't allow it. So we can do like message boxes, but those all have to be pre-populated. We can do these cycling message types we do, and I can show you one of those. Where is the, well, I'll just build a new City Planner's desk. I'm not going to run around trying to find one. And then we have this cycling message box type that we can do. And then barter menus. So we have like basically have to do everything user facing, or in terminals. So I guess we have a few different options, but trying to like hack it in that way. So let me think if I can find a, so let's do replace city plan. So like this is what I call a looping menu. So we can do, this can be fully dynamic, and basically we can cycle through like this. Like this is one type of thing we can present information. Another is the barter system. So if we go down to set up themes, so like this, well, I guess this makes more sense to do. Let me get out of here. Makes more sense to talk about from the, like what you do when you select a building plan. Like that, we have like an invisible vendor that you trade with, and like that's another system. So everything we do HUD-wise, we have to come up with ways to make use of these limited systems. So that's like when you go to view HQ layout, we have to use this system, and then we took advantage of the preview thing in the middle to show you the stuff. So like we have to like get really clever with what kind of stuff we can give you access to information-wise, HQ-wise. But yeah, I know it needs more to make it clearer. Sandy Smith, really enjoying Chapter 2. Thank you. Sandy Smith, are you, I think I saw, did you start putting out a YouTube series on playing through Chapter 2? I think that name sounds familiar, and I believe I watched a video recently. And I've said this before, and I'll say it again. Any of you out there, if you do Let's Plays of SS2, Chapter 2, etc., and you post them up, send me a link. I would love to watch them. Our whole team likes to watch them because it's fun to see where people are struggling, or, you know, we can catch bugs from stream that we may not have known. You know, like when people describe bugs on the forum, it can be harder to know what they're talking about versus like when we watch it happen in a video, it's very easy for us to fix it. Almost as easy as, not quite as easy as when someone sends us a good save file, but it's a secondary way to find the bug fixes. But it's inspiring as on the team to see people appreciating your work. So yeah, love watching Let's Plays. Chuck, let's see, not crazy. Excluding Sanctuary and Red Rocket, what's your favorite settlement? I think I talked about this earlier. Finch Farm is my favorite because I have so many good memories here, or bonding memories, because we had building this for Rise of the Commonwealth was such an ordeal in back in the day for SS1. And so I love Finch Farm. It's always been a cool settlement, and then like the memories on top of it. But yeah. Chuck Boris, does the Tiny Living add-on for SS2 have the King Gath stamp of approval? Unfortunately, I don't know. I can't give my stamp of approval to a lot of the add-on packs because I haven't played with them enough. The ones that I can say that are... Yeah, I hate like paying favorites. It's the same reason like when people come on the team and they ask me like, who's your favorite team member? Like I don't answer stuff because I don't want to leave people out. So I would say if you're concerned about an add-on pack of whether it's good or not, go look at the comments on that, or ask the chat. Maybe they'll be more honest with you. They don't have to worry about it. I am all I care, to me, you're going to get my stamp approval if you stayed immersive. So like I'm less into the add-on packs that do crazy out there stuff or like build with like super clean materials. I like my stuff to be immersive, and other than that, as long as it works, like there with SS1 there were some buggy add-ons. I don't think we have any in SS2 because I think most of the add-ons for SS2 were ports or are still actively in development by people. So I don't think we have the problem like we did in SS1 where there's a few buggy add-ons. So that would be another reason not to get my stamp of approval. So I would say more likely to like reject add-on buildings individually. Like I know there were a bunch in SS1 that some people had released where I was like, oh, I don't like that design. Like it's too square angled or too clean with the placement of items. I want it to feel Fallouty, which is going to be a little bit messy and dirty. So I think Tiny Living fits that. I don't remember which one Tiny Living is. I assume that that's one with a lot of interiors that only take up like half the plot space or something. Let's see. Carvac, to get to the player home is you take the stairs next to the center house, Finch house, and takes you around from level 2 to level 3 from there to the top. Wow, that's either really old or you're saying I missed the player home, or you're just trying to help for when next time if I don't want a TCL. Choo-choo-one, I may look into that. I have not messed with that's with B care. That looks like a typo. Much, but I can give it a try. Okay. Let's see. Carvok, also other pile of building have a cool hammock at the top with one cool view of the bay. Carvok, I've basically moved on from touring your city plan because I can't do that and answer questions. It's the same reason I don't answer questions and play the game. I'm really bad at that. I get sidetracked and distracted. But I would highly recommend everybody. You can download this plan now. It's available on Nexus, or go watch Carvok's tour if you want to get a better view before you download it, because he's done a nice tour himself already. Choo-choo, so I'm hearing a yes on the Franktown versus Rontown port. Yeah, I don't know. It would like the problem is it's so heavily integrated to the Conqueror mechanics, and I don't plan on. And Conqueror is not going to get a direct port, right? Like I'm going to have to rebuild those mechanics in SS2. Like I can use a lot of the code over, but I can't just like, change the file. Like I can't just like migrate the file over. So that means Franktown versus Rontown will have to be a lot of it will have to be rebuilt from scratch. But I do, like the characters and the voice files would all work, but all of the, you've played it, Choo-choo. You know that it's not a ton of content. Like there's there's a lot of voice files in there for random idols and stuff. But as far as it was more like an excuse to introduce a couple of faction packs. And because the way faction packs are going to work is going to change dramatically, I just have no idea if it'll get ported. It might be one of those things where somebody volunteers to port it once we have the mechanics in it, and I'll help them. That might be the way we get it forward. Because I've talked about this in the past, that Franktown versus Rontown is my all-time least popular mod of all time, because not everybody's into the idea. Because it was really goofy, right? It was like, and intentionally so. Like I was playing off of the YouTube web series those guys had done, which was, just them having fun. And I got into it. I really loved it. And so I got into the silliness, didn't have them change their accents. It's just their regular voices, which, you don't see a bunch of Australian characters wandering around the Commonwealth. Let's see. The RTC plan also gave inspiration for this mess. Yeah, I can tell that I won't even, you don't have to give them credit, because like the settlement itself had this feel, right? Like they even talk about, like Finch talks about it, and his wife complains about it being like just a big scrap heap. And you took that to 11. You turned it into the ultimate scrap heap. Let's see here. Chuck Boris, do you prefer using city plans or hand-pacing plots? I like both. I tend to, most of my playthroughs, I want to build one settlement manually, and the rest I want city plans in. So, and that is what I've been doing on stream so far. One of the things that I kind of wish I had done now in retrospect is installed ROTC and use those city plans, because there's a lot of people who talk about problems with those city plans, but I don't know what problems they're talking about. I think it's become one of those like tribal fears as opposed to like actual major issues with them. I think it's like, there are some issues like the wiring doesn't work great, and there are some floaty items, and I think that has scared enough people away from ROTC that it would be nice to firsthand see what the problems are. But now I'm so deep in the save, I don't think I'm going to bother. But maybe I'll change my tune on that, because I don't have every settlement built up yet. There's still quite a few more settlements I could build just to see if I can get a glimpse of what people are talking about. But yeah, I wish I'd have used more leveled city plans, but we don't. But I had opted not to use mods in my save, or a bunch of add-ons in my save, just because I didn't want to introduce more variables. But I think just ROTC wouldn't have been that bad, and that would have been fun. But I'm using a lot of city plans right now, though they're single level. Choo-choo-one, just to clarify, the plan is to have like a non-season run for CPC between season 3 and 4. Yeah, the plan is basically like, we'll still do prizes and everything, and just won't be calling it part of season 4. It'll just be kind of like, I don't even know. I don't know how, we haven't figured out the details of it. It might just be something like that we kind of do. it'll depend heavily on availability of other people. Like Surlock and Yagi-san help run they do most of the interaction with you guys to get things coordinated. I just basically record a quick video and make the posts, but they do a lot of the work there. And it's like, maybe they'll want a break between Masters and Season 4. And then we could do it unofficially. Like we could, like most of you guys who are heavily into the City Plan contest are on Carvox server. We could do it through there or something. But yeah, I like the idea of keeping the City Plan momentum going. But I think Season 4... is going to be all about building outposts, because we never really got a ton of those in SS1. And I think that now that we're going to kick off the Conqueror type mechanics available for the good guy, I think we're going to have a lot more users wanting it, right? With, I think with Conqueror, because we did it, the whole marketing thing was Raider themed. I think it turned off a lot of people and they just rejected it. Once we finally added Liberators, more people were open to it, but I don't think it didn't get nearly the player base as the rest of it. And since we're now introducing it through this big epic story, and people who've played through Chapter 2 are, probably hungry to go to war and beat the crap out of some gunners, I think we'll have a lot more desire for people to have city plans that are focused on the outpost mechanics. So, but because you guys don't have the mechanics or the building plans yet for it, pretty much stuck waiting for the 3.0 patch. So there will be a gap between Season 3 and 4, but I'd like to keep the City Plan contest going. I like the little community you guys have built up around it and want to keep supporting it. Raccoon, what's your favorite movie? I'll answer, but I'm going to answer wrong. Like, I can't answer definitively. Like, I can't, I would be easier to name like my 25 favorite movies or something. Like, my favorite movie right now could change. So hold on, I actually at one point, so I used to be a big movie collector and I had like, hundreds and hundreds of DVDs, and eventually I moved to a smaller place and I had to get rid of them. So I chose to keep my top 25. So I'm going to go grab a random 5. And I'll read them off to you. Give me a second. All right, I thought of another way to do this, and because I couldn't reach all my DVDs, they're buried behind a bunch of old Xbox games, which my kid was building a tower out of, so I can't reach them. So I'll go with fate. Well, I'll give you 3 favorite movies. So we'll go favorite drama, Shawshank Redemption. I think the movie is incredible. Favorite action movie is Edge of Tomorrow, Tom Cruise flick that was critically did not get nearly as much praise as it deserved. That movie is amazing, especially if you're a video game lover. It feels like it's not video game based, but it has that feel of I don't know. I'd go watch Edge of Tomorrow if you like action movies. And then let's see, comedy. Favorite comedy. God, it's probably an older one. I don't know. I love Bill Murray movies like Groundhog Day. That's a favorite. That'll be the closest you're gonna get out of me for favorite movie. I don't have a single favorite movie. And if you ask me tomorrow the same question, I'll give you a different 3 movies because it's just some I'm not thinking of them or whatnot. I don't want lately. I've given up on trying to keep up with movies because there's too much. There's too many movies put out every year. So now I basically watch new Marvel movies, and that's about it because I don't have the bandwidth to keep up with films anymore. Snacky, is it just me, or is building settlements just really enjoyable? I agree, it really is. A couple weeks ago, I started building on stream, and I just got sucked into it, and I was like, oh, I told you guys I wasn't going to build on stream a bunch because I know it can be boring for some people. A lot of people are here to just watch the story content. So, but yeah, I still to this day love building settlements. Chuck Boris, will we get a SS2 3-in-1? No, we will definitely not get that because it was planned for SS1, and with SS2, like merging that all together would be not tenable. Just would not be possible to do. Let's see. Velen Lover ROTC had pretty bad script lag on my end to the point that it would duplicate the plots, fail to delete the old levels when upgrading the plot, so it would completely bork my settlement. Yeah, the duplicate plots is just a script lag thing. If you wait long enough, the other plots will be removed. But see, I bet I wouldn't run into that because I've got a system that can handle a lot of script load. But the ROTC settlements are no different than any other city plan. Like that's why when people report that, I don't know what they'd be talking about, because the city plans that are made for the city plan contest and stuff, or the ones that we included SS2, the ROTC ones are no different, other than that they have levels and some of them are very busy, but none of them are going to be busier than this. Karbach went way beyond the amount of stuff we put in any of ours. So yeah, I mean, it's basically like if you don't have a pretty good system, you should avoid using anything but simple city plans, like the single level ones, or I think somebody mentioned there's a city plan pack out there called Simple City Plans. I think it's out there. I think it's out now. I know it existed for SS1. But those are the type of things you should stick with if you're on a lower end system, or if you don't have and it doesn't necessarily a lower end system. If you've got a lower end system but you've got a really good graphics card in it, like plucked into like a mediocre system, you could do the FPS uncapper, and that will get you past the script lag issues. Chuck Boris, is there any big plans post-SS2, or is that the main focus for you and your team? That's the focus for us right now. I know myself well enough to know that if I let myself think too deeply or get too excited about a new idea beyond the project I'm working on, then I will give up on the project I'm working on. So I just don't let myself do that. So I have some like rough ideas and stuff I might do, like, and I've talked about them on stream before, of that, maybe I'll mod Starfield, or maybe I'll start learning Unreal or Unity. I've also talked about I kind of need to take a break from modding so that I can catch up on tech. Like I've used, usually in any career you got to keep up with the latest stuff that's going on in your field. And with tech, because it's constantly evolving, like that takes a lot of time. That's what I used to do with my hobby time, but now all my hobby time is working on some settlements. So I've, the last few years I have not been keeping up with advancements in my industry. And since I work solo, like I don't have, a bunch of coworkers showing me the, what's going on. So I'm behind. And it's going to start biting me in the butt and going to cost me money soon. And then I will have problems. So I have to like take a break at some point and catch up on the latest. And it won't take up all my time to do that. I can catch up in a couple of months and get up to date on things. But there's some other stuff that have, machine learning has become pretty insane. Some of the stuff you can pull off with it, and it feels like a tool I want in my arsenal to do cooler stuff, and that will take a while to learn. So I kind of need to take a break and go learn that. But I also learn better when I have projects. So, I might try and find a way maybe I could learn machine learning and do it in a way that benefits SS2 or something. Maybe I'll learn machine learning with the plan of let's do machine designed settlements or something like that. So yeah, I don't have any specific plans after SS2 right now. I'm eye on the ball of let's finish chapter 3, send Jake off with a bang, so that anybody who plays this mod series, over the next 10 years or however long it takes them to get a Fallout 5, will be happy. Let's see, Gavman, RZ Longfellow for me removes the build zone when it upgrades, so you time out when you try and enter the build mode. Interesting. I don't think that's the only one. I think there's a couple of them. I didn't know it was ROTC. I thought that was just like an issue with some of the city plan like the city planning in general, because the way the scrap profile is. But maybe I just have a bad scrap profile in Longfellows. Like Carvok, the Builders Discord is now called We Are Builders. We are all about building. It's a chill place. So yeah, if any of you are interested in getting involved in city plans stuff, poke Carvok. He's got a server he can invite you to on Discord. The speaking of which, you guys all have how many days left? What is it? March 31st. So you've got 28 days left to build a city plan if you want to get invited to our Masters contest. And the Masters contest is going to have a huge cash prize. And only people who competed in the earlier in the season get an invite to that. So we'll probably send those out soon. We'll start sending those out, but I've been waiting to do that until after we have the full prizes figured out, so that can be part of that. I was hoping to do like a fancy announcement video and stuff like we've done in the years past. I just don't have the time for it anymore. Like that's one of the things that, like, I've talked about this in the past, that once we started getting into heavy SS2 development and story development, I had to cut a lot of things out of my life to have time for it. And one of those is making a lot of trailers. So now we just kind of do 2 trailers. We do like a teaser, which I usually get involved with. And that's, you know, those little short bits that just kind of remind people that, hey, we're working on stuff. And then the big trailer we work with Pontus on, who did the Chapter 1 and Chapter 2 trailers and said he's interested in doing the Chapter 3 trailer as well. But yeah, stuff like the promotional videos and stuff is stuff I used to do, and I just don't have time for it anymore. Chuck Boris, would you ever do a coding stream where you work on SS2 or another mod while streaming? That would be a great experience. Probably not. I think it would be very boring. Like, I don't tend to talk through my solutions, and sometimes I'll get distracted and bounce around. And like there'll be too much personal information I might accidentally reveal of myself or somebody else. So I don't think I have the capacity to do that. It would be, you know, it might be like, I tried to do a like a co-modding live stream at one point, and I did it with a couple people. No, actually, maybe I only did it with one. I tried to get into this. I had this idea of doing like a live stream where I paired up with another modder. When we tried to solve things live, and it didn't go very well. Like, it just wasn't that interesting, and we didn't really solve anything. It was just kind of like, because I think we were both trying to be entertainers instead of just focusing on the problem, and that's a hard thing to do simultaneously. So I don't know that I'll ever try that again. Definitely not by myself. I don't know. I shouldn't say never, because maybe I'll think of some way to do it. I don't know. Like that, it does appeal. I love teaching people. I like sharing the knowledge I have. So, and the live stream format of this Let's Play is much less. It's much lower pressure than trying to do scripted stuff, or not even scripted, but pre-filmed stuff that we edit down. So like that could be a way where I could do more tutorials from Bethesda Mod School, where I could just show people how to do stuff. But I don't know. That does not appeal to me right now. Not crazy. A random thought for city plans. Start with very basic. In order to upgrade, you need to clear out a place like a quarry to get stone walls, or a fort for defenses. And so the code for city plans actually could support stuff like that. We actually built it so that people could put requirements on their levels, so they could, you know, have a requirement that's a request and build out a quest. I think it's rare that somebody has the skills to do, you know, quest design and city plan design, or has the bandwidth to do it. Like I keep talking about all night of, like, you know, I can only do so much with my time. But I think, yeah, like definitely my hope is that with all the code base we built out with S2 and all the tutorials, is that even after we've moved on, some people will come across Fallout 4, still want to mod it, and be inspired to do some crazy stuff, and we'll see some cool stuff. Because that's what's happened with other Bethesda games in the past, is like as years go on, people do more crazy, ambitious stuff. So yeah, stuff like that is totally plausible, even with the code we have right now. Chuck Boris, did you watch Moon Knight on Disney Plus? Not yet. I definitely will. I just finished watching this. I didn't intend on. So I didn't get into any. I haven't watched any of the DC movies. I watched Batman versus Superman. I'm trying to remember what else. I haven't watched the Batman, but of the series they were trying to do, like the Justice League and the Justice League movies, Wonder Woman, Aquaman and stuff. I haven't watched any of those, but I did watch Suicide Squad, because I remember I had so much fun with the first Suicide Squad, making fun of how bad that movie was. But then when they brought in, what's his name, the Guardians of the Galaxy director to do the new one, and the new one was really entertaining. So I ended up watching the Peacemaker series. I just finished that yesterday. I love having Netflix and Disney Plus, all that streaming stuff. I love having that in the background when I'm working on boring tasks. So like I watched all of Peacemaker while I was doing those local settings, because the local settings system was very boring to put together, but I'm glad we finally got it, because it's a cool feature. Anyway, haven't watched Moon Knight, but I will. Let's see. Institute, Minutemen, Railroad, or Brotherhood. I tend to find, like, I've had this argument on stream before of that. I feel like the only one that makes sense for your character to do is Institute. Not because they didn't make them evil enough. Like, they're not like, they didn't make them hardcore evil in the game. Like if you dig into their past, I think you find out that they wiped out like a Commonwealth government and they have some shady history. And, it's unclear, like, well, I think you find mixed results about what the Institute's doing with their synths. Like some of them they're killing and replacing people, and others it's not clear that they're doing that. They seem to be inconsistent with the lore. But barring all that stuff, I just think about it like if I woke up tomorrow, like if I went into cryo and then woke up and the world looked like it does in Fallout, I'd be like, oh my god, this is a nightmare. Like this isn't real. Like I'm having fever dreams or something. And then if somebody offered me an olive branch of like, come here where everything is clean and you don't have to deal with all the chaos of the waste and there's no mutants and you can just live in perfect harmony, I would 100% go for that. You could then pretend that everything outside of there wasn't happening. And that's probably me as an American living with all the creature comforts, like not wanting to deal with that kind of reality. But I would think that Nate and Nora would be in the same boat. They would be, although, maybe Nate, he's a soldier. He obviously saw some stuff. So maybe isn't that type, but I don't know. I can't imagine going from that perfect 1950s life to this hell and then being presented like some sci-fi awesomeness and not running to that and then just like be an ostrich and closing your eyes. So to me, Institute's where I go for. I mean, for cool factor, I think Brotherhood for sure, but like the what I always end up following when I'm just RPing is I always end up Institute, except for well, that's not true because I have 2 live stream sets where I RP'd as Raider and RP'd as Children of Adam, but I just went silly with those. Like it was just kind of like, well, we just murder everyone. But when I'm playing the game by myself, I tend to end up going Institute. Snacky, if I were to build some repop cells, what's the extent of it? Like, where do I build them and how big can the interior cells be? You'll want to go read the tutorials on the wiki to get into that. But it's basically like the cell, you can go as crazy as you want, but the idea is you're taking those house models that are all over the world and you're building, or some of them are not houses, some of them they're like multi-story buildings, but you're just building the insides of them. And we did templates for the smallest ones, and there are a handful more we could do more templates for, but even if you just built more cells for the templates we already did, it's just kind of like decorating a little house. It's not a big deal. Let's see, Choo-Choo1, if they made like a New Vegas 2 or FO5, would you want to remake SS for that? I mean, I can't fathom wanting to remake SS right now, so I can't say for certain, but I would be more interested in rebuilding SS as its own game than I would be for making it a mod at this point, because then I could fix a lot of the issues, but, never say never. And it's like, sometimes I just need a little distance. Like, thinking about it right now, that sounds exhausting, but, if I had a year off, then, that could be exciting again. And a lot of with knowing the way Bethesda builds their engine is like you can take a lot of Skyrim code and just run it in Fallout 4 no problem. Like for example, the whole library that I use to do the placement, the Cobb library that handles the trigonometry, that's a Skyrim library and it works exactly like you was just able to copy paste it into Fallout 4 and it worked fine. And so I imagine there will be a lot of that between Fallout 4 and Fallout 5 or Fallout 4 and, a New Vegas 2 or even Starfield. I think you'll be able to just like take a lot of the code and use it as is. So it might be a lot easier to build it then. Holy cow. I've been streaming for 4 hours. My God. All right. I'm going to answer. I highlighted a bunch of questions. I'm going to answer what's up on my screen now, and then I'm going to bed. It's late. Chuck Boris, is there a way I can give a one-time donation to SS2 Development other than Superclass because my finances are way too unstable for Patreon subscription? Yeah. You can send to Patreon. I'm sorry, not Patreon. PayPal donation. I have a link on the Nexus mod page to that if you want to donate that way. Chris McLam, are different world space settlements still able to share resources with the settlements in the Commonwealth, i.e. Vault 88? Yeah, as long as they're map markers in the Commonwealth, they can. Inter-world space caravan services sharing, like between Commonwealth and Far Harbor, that will be coming in the future via an HQ project. So there'll be like a project where you research better traveling for your caravans, and you'll allow interworld space connections. But for now, as long as their map marker like Vault 88 is in Commonwealth, it still counts it. Chuck Boris, will SS2 work with the Underwater Vault 120 mod? It should, as long as they built it as a correct settlement. I don't know. Like there's I think most people figured out how to build settlements correctly. There's enough great tutorials out there. I'm sure they did it correctly. So, Snacky, how late is it for you? It's 4:30 in Australia. So yeah, it is almost 1 a.m. for me right now. So it's right around the it's 10 minutes past when I like to be in bed, and that's all right. Let's see here. Mr. Dinar P official, can you make Sim Settlements mod for Fallout 3? No. I doubt that engine. I doubt there's the capability for it, and I do not have the willpower to do it. Dueleo, perhaps you can get the voice overlord as a guest for the streams. He was the voice actor for the storyteller from the Shoddycast Love series, or from the Shoddycast Lore series. Yeah, I might be able to. I had a contact about something with someone from Shoddycast a while back. I don't remember what it was at this point, but I have contact info for those folks. Carvac, once again, mate, thanks for showing off the mess that I made here. I'm very happy with how this came out. Yeah, thanks for making it, man. It's awesome. Chuck Boris, would there ever be a plan to make a Commonwealth government using the HQ, maybe even add an election or two? I don't think anything with election, but we are going to make you feel in Chapter 3 like you're in charge. I'll just say that. Choo-Choo 1, BOS or Enclave? BOS. I like Brotherhood better than Enclave. Not crazy. Yes, King Gath will always be the child of Adam who is leading a raider army while hiding from the super mutants. Yeah, hiding from those super mutants. Man, that super mutant mod, whew, that thing kicked my butt. I don't remember what was that mod called? Super Mutant Redux. I was using Super Mutant Redux in my Let's Plays, and man, does it make super mutants tough. Makes them more like the old school Fallout games. Or even, I think Fallout 3's super mutants were pretty tough too. Chuck Boris, the Tiny Living add-on adds small plots. It's good for building in small areas. Right on. All right, so I think we're gonna end it here. I think I caught up to all the questions I had highlighted. Thank you everybody for joining me tonight on this long ramble, and thanks for everybody for keeping me fed with nonstop questions. I always worry when I'm doing the solo nights I'm gonna run out of stuff to talk about, but you guys kept it going. In fact, this may have been the longest stream yet. So yeah, thanks everybody. Thanks for all the donations tonight. Really appreciate it, guys. And I will catch you. I think I'll be around next Wednesday. I don't think I have any weekday disappearing acts planned for a while. So yeah, I'll catch you guys next Wednesday for another stream. Later.